at the rate at which the fuel prices are being increased comes with some alarming awareness that we want to create for our clients, the citizens, to be aware that they shouldn't be surprised. Maybe this period is going to be the shortest period between two intervals from May and any other time from now, unless maybe something happens whereby the current price is going to put on freeze. But when we get the 10% threshold, yes, of course, we have no choice than to come up with a new upward adjustment. But for now, since we haven't entered into the 10%, we are creating awareness for our clients to be ready for any eventualities which come ahead of this.
Analysts forecast even higher prices amid uncertainties over the war in Ukraine.
The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, on Wednesday launched Ghana's latest payment platform, the Ghana Pay. Ghana Pay is a bank-wide platform which gives users more access to financial services with ease and at no cost. Dr. Bawumia said with such services, digitization improves financial inclusion and also brings financial services even closer and more convenient to the man on the street.
Money service provided by universal banks, rural banks, savings and loans companies to businesses and individuals. This service comes with additional banking services designed for easy financial transactions. Even without a bank account, it is possible to register for Ghana Pay, but one can obtain a bank account with a Ghana card. With a mobile phone, everyone can register for the service by dialing *707# with a Ghana card. One can also register through bank branches and designated agents. The Ghana Interbank Payment Settlement System, GIPS, says the platform presents an opportunity to users to have a direct relationship with banks as a mobile money user and the ability to do more. Transfers are free except e-levy charges, and it seeks to increase financial inclusion. The Chief Executive of the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement System, Mr. Achihesi, said this service is to strengthen the financial institution and promote financial inclusion.
Ghana Pay presents a unique opportunity for banks to provide to the informal sector a wallet that combines features of traditional mobile money services with a bouquet of banking services.
The president of the Ghana Association of Bankers, Mrs. Mansanetti, said the banks welcome the platform to serve Ghanaians conveniently.
I'm happy to announce that the service and platform will provide Ghanaians with this electronic wallet coupled with a guaranteed bank account.
The governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, said Ghana Pay will boost the accelerating mobile money service.
With Ghana Pay, merchants do not necessarily need to maintain banking relationships with several banks to receive payments from other banks.
The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, said the platform is good for banks and customers to promote financial inclusion.
I see this as a huge avenue for the banks to rapidly bring more people into the banking space. Ghana Pay takes care of the bottlenecks associated with the opening of formal bank accounts, so the banks should be able to use the Ghana Pay platform to massively reduce the traditionally unbanked population.
The Ghana Pay platform is a collaboration between the Association of Bankers and the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems under the auspices of the Bank of Ghana. Ghana Pay is...
Now to some issues of flooding. The Temakim 21 market is flooded with fecal matter gushing out from sewer lines passing through the market. Business operators and women in the market say the situation poses a health risk. They are therefore calling for a permanent solution to the challenges with sewer lines in the metropolis as a whole. Our regional correspondent Michael Dowanu has been to the market and interacted with some market women.
Solid weeks now.
Wow.
We are told we can't eat, we can't drink water because we are afraid maybe when the flies fall into your food, something different will happen. Here, they are going up and down, digging holes, and a lot of nothing is coming. We are pleading to, to the authorities. Sure. They should come to our aid.
This is my shop. Okay. So me doshi frafienya to here. Me nyashi anopa me buy nothing there inside my stomach.
It's not easy. So we need money. If they can compensate us for today, we will be okay.
Say 3 weeks in Obi Antimi Yejuma Beraha. Obia kun suto, but we must say a chip by Joma, Obia Antina Fie. So China, Betimi Abano, Antimi say and Koran and
Lady Bikova. A whole duo now was we have a focal. Like why ma
it's true. The metal that they use to cover the manhole. Someone has come to steal it. So there is nothing covering the manhole. Yeah, so it's at the back. You can't even go and stand there. You can't even see there well. So we are really suffering over here.
My customers no mutuade Fiti Saturday no enyumri na epaye 2 weeks ni ene akire ho nyina nso bi amfa ha ema ye dwa nyina egu ti yesremu ye mbeye ni yie mai why
kada yesremu pa yesremu ye hu amande ebonso ye didi wa ha yare kwa o we yare kwa ye tumi didi iti yesremu ye hu amande wo mo yesu a wo mo ye bio wo mo tunko go tenimu na sunu fa go tenimu nko. Because you take the ha, in fact, wonderful, serious. Oh, maybe your man is free. As I am tired of ha.
For the market women and those who come to do business here, their main issue has to do with fixing this sewer line and fixing it permanently. And so that is the situation. They want a permanent solution to this particular breakdown of the sewer line. It's been continuous. Every time it breaks down, but this time round they are calling for a permanent solution to the sewer system. For GBC News, my name is Michael Dawanu reporting.
The leadership of the Kintampo North Municipal Assembly says it is concerned about the safety of the people, farmers in the rural community, specifically the disturbing activities of Fulani herdsmen. The Assembly says some of the Fulani herdsmen have taken the law into their own hands by herding their cattle to graze on farms belonging to farmers in the area, and in the process destroying crops and at times attacking farmers.
In an interview with GBC News, the Municipal Chief Executive for Kintampo North, Mr. Isaac Bafo-Ameyal, said his outfit has received reports of the activities of herdsmen from almost all the farming communities in the area. He says it is necessary to ensure the security of every community for accelerated development. Mr. Bafo-Ameyal implored all stakeholders to follow due process of the law before dealing with the menace.
There's an area that we have earmarked for all the cattle owners that they should send all the cattle to that area. That is Agege side. That area, there's no farm. So it's an area that we have earmarked for the cattle owners so that they can go there and have their crowds so that they can even rear their animals there so that to prevent cattle going to destroy people's farms. The assembly have resolved that you cannot rear your cattle here without identification mark. Where we have earmarked for you, that is the only place you can go there and have your animals to be put. You cannot cross that area to where the farmers too are farming, and it have also reduced farmers and Fulani conflict.
Mr. Isaac Bafo-Ameyal said consultations between the herdsmen and their landlords as well as the chiefs are ongoing and charged the community leaders not to accept this from the herdsmen.
All is set for construction of homes for affected persons in the January Apiate disaster. Currently, mapping and markings of the entire area is ongoing to pave way for brick and mortar to begin. The Apiate Reconstruction Committee has visited the town ahead of construction works. Here's a report by Clara Mlano.
It became necessary for new houses for victims as a result of the deadly explosion at Apiate. The new towns is to be raised into a modern city modeled on a green environment. Ahead of the rains, victims were moved from their tents to temporary settlements at Dumasi, provided by FGR, a mining company. Some amenities, including roads, which got damaged from the explosion, has been fixed. The reconstruction has inputs from the Ministry of Works and Housing, Land and Spatial Use Authority, Electricity Company of Ghana, Ghana Water Company, and other allied agencies. Government has promised to build the green and sustainable community on equity, fairness and justice.
The land use plan has been translated onto the ground. So now we are able to pick up the whole extent of the village that we're doing. There's a core area which has about 120 plus. These have been set out on the site. We've defined the road network too, so we are ready to go. We are hoping that very shortly urban roads will come in to come and do the road network. Concurrently, we are almost completed with the pre-contract drawings from AESL. Based on that, we'll quickly go out and choose probably about 3 contractors to complete with the core area.
The chairman of the Reconstruction Committee, Mr. Benito Owusubio, said work will start as scheduled.
We are here to also verify the surveyors who have been to the field to do some interpretation of the layout onto the ground. So at least we can have the setting out, and then when the contractors come to start the construction, they can go ahead and then do it.
The team also visited victims at their temporary location at Dumasi. Mr. Benito Owusubio told the people that they still remain a priority of government and reassured them that the collapsed community will be raised back from the earth soon. For GBC News, Clara Mlano reporting.
The Director General of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, GBC, Professor Aminul Hassan, has been appointed onto the decision-making board of the African Union of Broadcasting, AUB. It comes at a time when GBC is championing the cause of ultra-frequency UHF band for the survival and exclusivity of free-to-air broadcasting. Professor Aminul Hassan will serve on the board for the next 2 years and says that in that time the GBC will be at the table when issues of broadcasting in Africa are discussed, particularly of sports broadcast rights.
African Union of Broadcasting, AUB, formerly Union of African National Television and Radio Organizations, was founded in 1962. It is headquartered in Dakar, Senegal. With GBC serving on the executive board, attempts by telcos to push the African Telecommunications Union ATU to approve and allow the auctioning of space on the UHF band, which GBC is campaigning against, will gain more traction in Africa and the global space.
Basically, broadcast stations which operate on the digital terrestrial television system operate on the UHF band. Currently, there's a serious from telcos who are also interested in also being assigned space on this frequency. And we are saying that that should be exclusively reserved for free-to-air broadcasting, because when they crowd us out on that platform, it will mean that broadcasting can only be done on satellite. And many homes, especially middle class, lower class, and poor, will be squeezed out in accessing free-to-air broadcasting. Free-to-air broadcasting is crucial for our democracy. It's crucial to ensure that we all get the content at very little cost or no cost at all. The push is that telcos have enjoyed data services. They've enjoyed how profitable it is to engage in these transmissions, and they see the UHF band as the most available space for them to use.
AUB member countries stand to benefit from sharing and periodic training for journalists.
AUB has a robust and very interesting plan to ensure that we start to focus on training of our staff. So we have secured a very nice edifice in Algeria, where we have designated it as training for African broadcasting. In our meeting in Dakar, we appointed a new head to head the Dakar the Algiers office, which is a very nice office for training center. And the idea is that in the coming months and years, we'll be sending our journalists across Africa to go there for training. GBC has a very good chance of ensuring that when allocations are being made for training, we'll be properly served. One of the things about AUB is that we're able to get African content for our networks. And that is why GBC continues to have very good dose of African content on our networks. And AUB is very critical to that because it has a content sharing framework. We upload our content for other African broadcasters to take, and they also upload their content for us to take.
The issue of safety of journalists, according to the Director General, is one area that the AUB dedicates its resources to.
So we devoted a whole half day on the issue of safety of journalists in Dakar, and I think that we all acknowledge the fact that one of the issues that came was the fact that in order to ensure the safety of journalists, we have to train journalists on how to keep safe. Because they will always go out into the trouble areas, but you also have to have the skills to keep yourself safe. You don't have to wait until there's trouble and you are rescued. You have to also know how to survive in this terrain that we love to go to. So I think that we took it seriously on safety of journalists and the discussions. I am very convinced that in the coming months, we will rolling out some training programs, and it will include how to keep safe while delivering.
Networks have a space on the AUB, but for Ghana, GBC must guarantee for a private sector organization to join. And currently, GBC is the only broadcast network on the AUB. For GBC News, Winifred Ofum reporting.
The Ghana Armed Forces is collaborating with the United States Africa Command in a joint military exercise to sharpen their skills to effectively protect the country's territorial integrity. Codenamed Exercise African Lion, the initiative is being jointly carried out in Ghana and Morocco to properly equip with the troops to deal with the threat of violent extremism. At the opening of the training exercise in Tamale, the General Officer commanding the Northern Command, Brigadier General Mohammed Moses Ayi, emphasized the importance of the exercise to the troops in thwarting the growing threat of violent extremism in the country.
The exercise is also part of a long-standing partnership between the United States Army, the Ghana Armed Forces, and other partners within sub-Saharan Africa. Exercise African Lion is with the theme Enhancing International Collaboration for National Security and Development. According to the Deputy Chief Staff Officer in charge of Operations and Training at the Army Headquarters, Brigadier General Michael Opoku, under whose command the training is taking place, explained that the troops will receive academic and field training in Ghana and Morocco.
The Americans will be leading. We'll be collaborating with them. It's a collaborative exercise that we are doing. So the Americans will be leading, and the Ghanaian instructors will be part of the training. So the academics will take 10 days. Then we'll culminate the whole thing into a field training exercise. Field training exercise is what is always known by Ghanaians as soldiers doing exercises.
In the Northern Command, Brigadier General Mohammed Moses Ayi lauded the initiative, saying the threat of terrorism should not be taken lightly. He thanked the U.S. government for its support to the Ghana Armed Forces over the years.
Extremism, that is the core objective of this exercise. So certainly it is something that comes at the right time, it's in the right direction because of the kind of threat that our country faces, especially from the north, in respect to terrorism and violent extremism.
The commander of the 2nd Security Force Assistance Brigade, Colonel Michael Sullivan, on his part, stated that the exercise is a testimony to the long-standing partnership between the United States Armed Forces and their Ghanaian counterparts. He said such collaborations are vital in dealing with the threat of violent extremists across the globe.
Obviously, the United States of America has had, experience and even recent experience in dealing with terrorism and extreme organizations, not only on the African continent, but globally. And we hope that this exercise brings us an opportunity to share some of that experience with the Ghanaian Armed Forces, as well as to learn from the challenges that the Ghanaian Army and Air Force are having.
Exercise African Lion begins with classroom work and lasts till the end of the month. The soldiers are expected to move to the field for some drills later in the week.
Across the borders of Ghana, police in Nigeria say they are investigating a reported mass abduction in the capital Abuja. Kidnappings for ransom by armed gangs are becoming increasingly common across the country. The Nigerian authorities are facing increasing criticism for failing to tackle widespread insecurity in the country, including frequent killings and kidnappings.
What is extraordinary about this case is that one of the alleged hostages posted a tweet and sent a message sharing their location and appealing for help as they were being driven away by the gunmen to an unknown destination. That is how the news of the kidnappings first came to public attention, prompting a social media outcry for the authorities to act to rescue them. The Twitter poster said there were 17 hostages, including 3 pregnant women and 2 children, kidnapped from different parts of the Nigerian capital Abuja. The post got nearly 40,000 retweets and more than 2,500 people sent messages, many of them urging the Nigerian authorities to take action. The Federal Capital Territory Command of the Nigeria Police said investigations were ongoing and called for calm and thanked those who had given what they described as helpful information.
The World Health Organization says it is working with experts to come up with a new name for monkeypox.
This comes after more than 30 scientists wrote last week about the urgent need for a non-discriminatory and non-stigmatizing name for the virus and the disease it causes. The scientists say the continued reference to the virus as African is both inaccurate and discriminatory. Some 1,600 cases of the disease have been recorded globally in recent weeks, while 72 deaths have been reported in countries where monkeypox was already endemic. None have been seen in the newly affected 32 countries such as the UK. At the latest count, as of June 12, there were 452 confirmed cases in England, 12 in Scotland, 2 in Northern Ireland and 4 in Wales.
Time now to connect with weather woman Felicity Ahafianyo for some more weather updates. Felicity, good morning. Thank you for joining us. We are trying to reconnect with the weather woman Felicity. Felicity. We'll definitely get back to Felicity during the course of the show for her to give us more updates on the weather. This is where we draw the curtains on breakfast news. We'll take a quick break.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
My name is Edward Nanapukuose, popularly known as Hammer of the Last Two, and I survived COVID. I'm the last person I expected to catch COVID because I was super careful. I wore masks, I was careful in the beginning during the lockdown, and when I come back from town, I undress at my door and enter my house with my singlet and boxers. I did everything that needed to be done to prevent this disease. And there were a few times I was being interviewed in a radio station that I removed my mask. And I fear that was when I exposed myself to the disease. Now, I believe because I wasn't vaccinated, I got hit very, very hard with one of the most serious cases of the COVID. I was bedridden for a month. I was on 12 cylinders of oxygen before my saturation was stabilized. I got the worst of COVID and nearly lost my life. And I think that I am so lucky to be here today to talk about this. Later on, I came to find out that what the vaccine would have done to me to help me was actually help me fight the disease. It would have created antibodies to help me battle the disease. And I wasn't vaccinated, so I was knocked very, very hard. And thank God I survived. So I'm glad millions are vaccinated now. People believe in the vaccination now, they understand now. And I'm so proud of them. My advice to everyone is wear your mask, adhere to all protocols, use your sanitizer, avoid shaking hands, avoid crowds. Remember, when you're not vaccinated, we are all not safe. Get vaccinated.
Today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Welcome back, and you can catch us on the go on DSTV channel 278. Felicity Afianyo joins us via phone to give us weather update for today. Felicity, good morning.
Good morning, Valerie. How are you?
I'm doing good. Stuck. I followed your Google map and I got stuck somewhere in Teshi. What's the weather looking like today, Felicity?
Yeah, that's so bad to hear, but we are hoping that things will improve and the situations will ease. For today, yes, it will still be cloudy over the 16 region with slight rain occurring over the coastal, middle and part of the transition. But then we're having a system that is moving in and it's going to produce a thunder with rain over the northern regions, those over the northeast, upper east, and then the northern region this morning. And then later it will move over the western flank. So for today, yes, rain is in the forecast for this morning till the afternoon. Temperatures will also be on the mild side over the 16 regions. It's going to be in the lower 30s across board. So apart from the wetness of the ground, the of the air, the breeze and every other thing is going to be pretty cool for us. For the fisher folks, the state of the sea is still rough, so we are advising them to take precautions. The Volta Lake too, there is a system that is pushing towards them. By mid-morning, it will engulf the eastern flank. So it's still not safe for them to go onto the river for fishing activities today. By tomorrow, they are free to do so.
Right. Felicity, yesterday there were some images that were floating around about another purported thunderstorm that was supposed to hit somewhere in the night. It didn't happen. And so where do we go to get accurate information and accurate weather tips?
Per our midweek satellite chat discussion yesterday, there is another possibility of such events occurring. That system, if we have the satellite, if you put it on, I could show you where the system have gotten to. We have it moving from Cameroon into Nigeria. So throughout the night, it moves. But then what happened is that the speed reduces. That is why it has not gotten to us much earlier than now. But then it's still doing its westward progression. So you can see where it has gotten to. Around 6 o'clock, it's almost over Benin. And then it's going to go into Togo, then part of Ghana. Then later in the day, it will move over the other parts into Cote d'Ivoire. So the system that we've talked about yesterday, yes, it's still in place, it's moving in. But then the speed has reduced slightly. That is why we didn't get it around midnight. But then we put it midnight to 5 a.m.
Right, Felicity. And so for those of us who have missed this forecast, where do we go to get the forecast? Is there a website? Is there an app that we can follow the forecast for today?
Yes, if they go to Ghana Meteorological Agency website or Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, we update it 3 times in a day, so they'll be able to get whatever they are looking for. Then also we have WhatsApp groups that we have created. The number is 0302 777 172. They can just request that they want to be part of the WhatsApp group where we update them every 6 hours, so they can equally get it.
Right, Felicity, thank you for those updates. And that has been our favorite weather woman, Felicity Ahafianyo. So the number to call if you're not sure about the weather is 0302777172, and you'll be added to a WhatsApp number, and then you can get the daily and the 6-hourly updates. We'll take a quick breather. When we return, Lady T is in our house, and we're going to go to the BFS kitchen where Chef Kaf, they'll be teaching us a little something to surprise our fathers on Father's Day. Hey, and so yeah, we'll be right back.
track down everybody in that video. But this is like 1980. We need to find out where they are, what they do, man. The fashion sense was crazy, the moves were smooth, and the music was on point. DL in the Father's Day building. What's up? We have to make something nice to go and give him.
DL?
Yes.
But he might not like this. So
he will like it. He will like it.
You sure?
He will like her. He will like her.
Clubbing for our dads today.
Yes, so, Lady T. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Welcome to the they say it's Chef Calf, so this is Chef Calf's kitchen.
Yes,
But
today I'm going to be assistant.
One time. And we're cooking something up for Daddy on Father's Day.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
Sunday.
Okay.
So
tell us what you got.
We got club sandwich.
Okay, club sandwich.
Yeah, we all love club sandwich.
I wonder why they call it club sandwich.
I didn't do
Yeah, I wonder why. But hey, it's always a favorite.
Yes.
So tell us what the ingredients are and show us how we make it.
Oh, ingredients, we have our bread. It's a sandwich, so it's protein between. Then we have chicken. We have our bacon, our tomatoes, our mayonnaise, and we have our egg, which is optional, but I like to add to it. And also, our lettuce. So So chicken breast.
Chicken breast?
Yes, you could use a thigh or the chicken has like the dark meat and the white meat. The breast is the white meat. The breast is also the supreme of the chicken.
Breast is best.
Yeah, breast is best. It's leaner.
Lovely.
It is leaner.
Lovely.
But the problem with the breast is if you don't take care of it, you would overcook it and it would become chewy. Remember when you're eating chicken breast, sometimes you chew and chew and chew and chew because you overcook it. It doesn't have something called intramuscular fat.
Okay.
Intramuscular fat, when you buy meat, you see sometimes you see the fat in the muscles. Yeah, that gives it the tenderness, that gives it the, when you eat it says, but chicken breast has no fat to keep it moist. So if you overcook it, it becomes dry and
then you
tough.
have to be chewing it.
And you have to so I bought the breast, you season it, and you bake it. I baked it in the oven no more than 30 minutes.
No more than 30
No more than 30 minutes.
Okay.
Then I sliced it. You have to let it settle first for the juices to redistribute in there. Because when you take it out of the oven and slice it right, all the juices will come out. And that's moisture. You want to contain the moisture in there. This is when you want the moisture. You don't want the moisture out. Like,
you want it in.
You want it in. So that is our chicken that I marinated with basil, mustard, prosciutto, ginger, garlic. Yeah, you can taste it like that. You can just take it and just say,
for real?
Yes, you can.
You read my mind.
See?
He read my mind.
So, and I said we use eggs, so we're gonna start with, I want to fry the eggs first before we toast them. And if you don't have a toaster, you could just we're gonna toast this in the frying pan. So why don't we start with the bread first? Okay. So we just take our bread, and the back, you don't need a knife.
I don't want to take too much.
Just take it.
Come on.
Come on.
Very nice.
It's very, so then, of course, then we're just gonna put, I should have started earlier, but it's okay. We'll still get it done.
So the margarine, the butter becomes like the fat or something?
Yeah, it just makes it nice. I'm also going to use my, today if you're on a diet, don't come. This is not for diet people. Father's Day, I have to celebrate that.
Okay.
The ones who are there, because sometimes some of these fathers,
Charlie, don't throw.
The least said, the better. But today we are here to celebrate them.
Yeah,
so I'm not going there you are there. So it's all about you.
We're representing all fathers. They all need to eat. Whether they are good or bad, they need to eat.
But sometimes if they are not good, then the food will choke on
they still need to eat.
They will choke on the food.
God sends his rain on the wicked and the good. You see, even God blesses the wicked. Yes, he sends the rain on the wicked and the good.
Okay.
So let the fathers eat.
I'll take your word for it. Let the fathers today, I came with my...
Please,
but like you said, we are not going to start with that. No.
Okay, so you're doing that?
We're doing that. I'm going to leave this out. Okay. So we're going to start with... Why am I letting you stand by yourself?
I should do some more?
Just,
Same thing that you did?
Yes, just butter it for me,
okay.
please.
Okay.
Whilst I start, okay? So I have I'll need one more bread because club sandwich is a double decker.
Yes.
Most sandwich has 2.
Yes.
This one has 3 breads in it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start with my mayonnaise first.
Okay.
On our bread. Yesterday when I went to the market to buy it, this is all I got.
So this mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise with pesto.
Okay, what is pesto?
Pesto is basil with garlic with something called pine nuts.
Okay.
Then Parmesan cheese.
Okay, cheese.
Yes,
right.
on it.
Okay.
And it just gives it a nice flavor.
Okay.
I like basil on mine. So this is our bread.
Is that guy breading?
Ooh, it's not breading. You're just gonna. So why don't you come here? And I need more though. So you're not done yet.
I should slice more bread for you?
No, just butter more bread.
Butter more bread for you.
Yes.
Okay.
Butter it for ma. Oh, turn it off. See. It's Father's Day and I'm in the spirit, so.
No, forgive me. No worries.
Forgive me.
So it takes you about 20 minutes to do, right?
Yes, it takes you about 20 minutes to do. Once you have everything assembled, it should take you 20 minutes to do it.
Good.
Yes.
So
we're good. So then, let me put on my gloves because sandwiches, they are ready to eat food. So you always make sure that you don't contaminate the food. And so with chicken, you have to be very careful because it doesn't get cooked again. So we'll take our chicken breasts, right? Then we'll just put this one on top. No, with a bacon.
Okay, so you're putting some bacon strips on the
bacon strips
on the bread.
Yes, on the bread.
Okay, then you double the carrot.
Yes, then on the top one we'll add our tomatoes.
Okay.
First of all,
tomatoes on it.
Yes.
And then this is
nice. Can you could put more bread in there?
Bread there. Okay. All right.
Then we go with our.
And then you put another slice of bread on it.
Then you put another slice of bread
with the mixture.
Yeah, with the mixture.
Okay, what did you call it?
It's a pesto. Pesto mayonnaise.
Okay.
So.
And then another slice is coming.
Just.
Should I keep slicing?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just make sure that and just keep turning it for me. Then we're gonna cut it.
Okay, so we're making club sandwich for Daddy.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Growing up, oh my God, when they take you out and you go and order club sandwich,
yep,
you want to bring some to the family.
yeah, definitely. Is that okay?
Yes, it is okay. You can turn it.
Take it out.
You can turn it out. Yeah, yeah. So we have it. One.
This is great. Oh, and then you cut it up into quarters.
Quarters.
Okay.
Some of them you could take the what do you call out of it? Usually I have you use toothpick, but I forgot my toothpick. It's in my bag.
So that's a quarter.
Yeah, quarter it.
Okay. That should be enough for everybody here. I'm feeding the crew today.
You always do that, and I'm sure they love you being around here. So that's
so this is good. Can it come out?
Yeah, it can come out.
Okay.
We try another one.
Yes,
more go inside.
All right.
I was gonna do with the egg, but the egg is optional.
So that's it. Wow.
So that's it. It's very simple.
Nice.
Just once you have everything assembled, and the chicken is well seasoned and everything, and bacon. Who doesn't like bacon?
Yeah, those who don't eat pork.
Well, that's a good one. Yeah, those who don't eat pork, they don't like bacon. Yes.
So of course you can do it without bacon if you don't eat pork.
You could do it without bacon. You could then substitute with the egg.
Yes.
Yeah, which you have there. So just gonna
more egg, more bread for you.
Yes,
I have them with plenty.
Please put it on for me.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we're gonna just.
So this is it. Quick.
Quick.
What would you normally have this with?
With a drink. I made a nice punch.
Okay, good.
Yes.
What's inside the punch?
What's inside the punch? It's Fanta and other stuff that is my own secret. That one.
You have some of your secret things inside.
Yes.
And I can see some green leaves on top.
That's mint.
Okay.
I usually add lemon to it. Sliced lemon.
Okay.
But I forgot that one. But you could add that one to it too. So whatever fizzy drink you add, just combine it, and that's what I have basically.
Okay. All right.
It's fizzy drinks that I've combined.
Nice. And then you're good to go. It's a quick breakfast.
It's a quick breakfast.
Yeah, I hope my sons are watching. Yes. Oh, I'll go and hint at them that they should go and watch it.
Are they in school or?
Well, there are two of them at home.
Oh, okay.
And the youngest, the chef is in school.
Oh, the chef. Oh.
Yeah, so when he comes back home, he will watch it.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I'm sure.
Yes.
Tell me, Daddy, Auntie didn't do this and that. Please,
Yeah,
I want my correction if I didn't do anything right.
And so let me see how you cut it.
So
like that?
You cut it like this.
Like that?
Hold it so firmly. Then you turn it.
And then you cut it like that again. And all of you have eight sandwiches.
4. Yes.
Okay. Can I put more on another plate for you?
Yeah. So where the knife is not doing this.
That's another plate?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to.
I'm sure those behind the cameras will be thinking, okay, this man, if he doesn't serve me some of this thing, we'll give him a back shot.
Oh, you would never do that. My calf is always on point.
I'm going to serve them.
You
Where's
will.
Valerie? Valerie should come and come and taste.
she was already happy that was bacon. So
Good. So this is club sandwich, really.
This is club
so
sandwich.
Quick. So it's chicken, it's bacon.
Bacon.
And then
without the bacon and chicken, it's authentic. It should have chicken and backing.
Can you do one with are the eggs been boiled already?
I have not.
Okay. You're going to fry them.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to do one with fried eggs.
Okay.
Give me 3 more.
All right. More slices for you.
Yes, please.
Yep. So in case you just joined us, this is Lady T of the College of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management, and we are doing club sandwiches.
We're clubbing up
for the daddy.
Yes.
So that's it. I think Valerie is jumping in. There she comes.
Beautiful as usual.
Yes. You can take the first one and go and share with our crew.
Okay, I'll come back.
Yes,
I'll come back.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, give them.
Take this one.
Let them go and enjoy it.
Happy
When they're giving us good
Father's
shots,
Day.
they also enjoy it. Yes. If you could see what is happening behind the cameras.
I'll be back.
So now let's do one with the egg. Right?
Yes, do one with the eggs. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I toast this?
Yes, you can. Let me finish.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put a little butter.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so you're gonna do one with egg.
Yes.
Okay.
Just sunny side up.
And the same butter we have, we can use it as the fat.
Yeah, you can use it as a fat. You don't need that much because it's my lettuce is too close to it.
Okay.
So we're just gonna take
okay.
egg.
All right.
We just want to see if it's fresh.
While you're serving, eat one yourself. Yeah, so that's it.
Yes. And we're just gonna put a bit of pepper on it.
Pepper on it?
Yes.
To make the egg a little bit spicy?
Yeah, we're not going to, what do you call it? I'm not going to swear. We call this one sunny side up.
Sunny side up. So
Yes.
you didn't mix it up.
I didn't
just,
mix
just
it
cracked
up.
it into the,
I just mixed
into the frying pan.
Ghanaians would like to have our yolk cooked, so
Yeah.
I turn it around.
Okay.
So whilst it's there, come in, if you don't mind,
Okay.
put in some, what do you call it?
Some chicken?
No.
Some of this.
Some of the
Okay.
mayonnaise
Okay.
infused with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. Ooh, if you don't eat bacon, I'm coming one with egg. Don't you worry, I got you covered.
So this is a remix of the club sandwich.
Yes.
This one has egg in it.
But usually when you go to the restaurant, they have eggs in it.
Yeah, they do.
Usually
They do.
several
They do.
eggs.
They do.
So yeah.
Okay, so I've pasted 3 of them.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes, we have our egg. Because some people don't like to see their yolk running,
Yeah, so they
I
want it all
have to.
cooked.
I like to see my yolk running. But hey,
How many meals do you think you have cooked in your life as a
oh my God, I haven't counted.
Thousands, huh?
Thousands. And I started cooking since I was like 10 years old.
Oh, that's okay.
Yes, like your son. I've
Yes.
always liked cooking. So now we're gonna assemble it. We'll take out
the chicken breast.
chicken breast.
Okay.
Chicken breast.
Okay.
Right. Then no, this one I'm not gonna do with bacon.
No
so
bacon,
we'll
this is
take
egg.
our egg.
Egg.
We'll put our bread. We'll take our lettuce
For the double decker, right?
for the double decker. It's always a double decker.
Okay. So you put that on it.
Then put that one on it. Then we'll take our
Your tomatoes,
and
then you do that, and then your knife,
just
you cut it up.
cut it up.
It's a quick meal.
Yeah, it is.
Fast.
Then assemble. It looks fast, like fast track, but if it's not,
Then you have a lot of time.
you have a lot of time.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
my serrated
So
knife
this
is not. It's not gelling with me today. I couldn't find my other serrated knife
Okay. So that's another round of club sandwiches
with egg.
with egg.
Yes.
So 1
please.
and 2
and
3 coming up. Okay.
my knife is my knife. My knife. My knife is not
Awesome.
cooperating with me today.
Yes.
But we make
So
it
that
happen.
can go. I'll eat that one.
Oh, you will eat that one. Sorry.
I'll eat that one. Yes.
So we're gonna do another one.
We'll do another one.
Yes.
Okay. It's a nice combination of flavors, you know?
Yes. So please treat daddies.
Yeah, this is for the daddies.
They're present and non-present. They all have to eat, I'm told. So please, for daddies today, Sunday, make it for them, serve them, make them special. It's all about sometimes when Mother's Day come, mothers. Because
So let's help the daddies as well.
let's help the
Can I have some tissue,
daddies.
please?
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Let's help the daddies.
No, that
out.
one is good.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
help the daddies out. Because without the daddies, we'll not be here.
Yes.
It takes two.
It takes two. It takes two.
It
Okay.
takes two.
All right. So that's it. It's just
Yes.
it's chicken breast, there's
Yes.
bacon, there's
Yes.
lettuce, there's tomatoes,
Yes,
there's eggs.
and also you could serve them the drinks.
And we can say, okay, yeah.
It's nice and
Some drinks
chilled.
will go bad. Okay. So this is how we do it on Thursdays.
Yes.
It's the BFS Kitchen. And Lady Thelma Boy is the CEO of the College of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management. I paid them a surprise visit 2 weeks ago.
Yes, he did.
Yes, while they were doing their drills.
You were.
Yes, and I went and did some tasting, which was also quite good. Yes. Okay, so we're done.
With our drinks.
With our drinks. Okay, we're going to leave it there and show you exactly what everything looks like. So that's it. Boom. Nice.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
Perfect for daddy.
Perfect for daddy.
Yes.
They all have daddy. And I want to give my best friend's husband today his birthday.
16.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you went to school with him, Kofi for Victor.
Okay. Nice.
Yes,
Today's his birthday.
Yes, today is his birthday. Okay. The big 5-0 today. So Kofi, Kofo, we love you, and you see me in a bit.
Nice.
Coming over. He calls me the second wife, so you know.
Happy birthday to Kofi Kofo.
Yes, Mr. K, I call him K4. 50 is a big deal, so
good one.
We're gonna go celebrate.
So that's our kitchen, really.
Yes, that is it.
And really nice and tasty, beautiful, and that's so beautiful. Yeah, but I'll take one of the punches before we go. So hey, how do people get in touch? People want to learn all this stuff from you because you teach this stuff.
Yeah, I do teach this stuff. I do teach this stuff through my contact 024 370 8575 024 370 8575, and you get me on IG or College of Culinary Arts. The same on Facebook. So get in touch with me, and it's also on the screen. So all the information on the screen.
Definitely so. And the area where the college is called Abavana Junction. Yes. I found out that it was named after one of the early ministers.
Oh, okay. Abavana. Okay.
I'm probably guessing that he lived in that area.
Yes.
And then they named the area.
Hence the name. Yes.
Okay, so that's our
so get
kitchen.
In touch.
Right here on GTV Breakfast. In case you missed it, well, the stream is on Facebook. Look for us on Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. And in the evening, or at night, tonight from 11 p.m., we have a repeat broadcast of the entire show. So that's it for that. Thelma, any last words you want to say before we leave next week?
To all fathers, enjoy your day. Make them feel special. It's their day. Okay. Without them, we will not be here. And be safe. It's raining out there too.
All right, great stuff. Happy Father's Day in advance. Be safe out there. Tell you what's happening on today's show. So coming up in a short while, in about 5 minutes, is the sports news at 7 o'clock. We've got our headlines at 7:20 with the Sheikh and the Reverend. If you don't know who they are, well, stick around and find out. The conversations on movies. It's a new movie coming out, and we have Ajite Anand and Lydia Forson, who are going to be our guests on the show today. Any questions you have, let us know. And we're talking money issues. How has the rising cost of food and fuel prices affected you? And is it time for some kind of price control to keep prices down? What are the implications? Will that work? We have a conversation on money matters. I'm asking this one to the landlords. How has the price of fuel impacted cement that you already bought in the past? Yeah, and how is that impacting your rental prices? We want to know. How are the rising costs of fuel and food affecting you? Go to Twitter and hashtag GTV Breakfast. Follow us on Twitter. It's verified, so you see the blue tick there. And let us know. We'll be back for that conversation in about 2 hours' time. So you stay. This is GTV Breakfast. It's time for my breakfast. Yes. Cheers.
Flashing. Yeah. Ooh.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Welcome to Breakfast Sport. You can find us on DSTV channel 278 and also Facebook as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Boxing. The Rising Star Africa Promotions managers of former WBO Super Bantamweight World Champion Isaac Dogbe has denied reports that the boxer has switched his nationality to fight for Britain. Reports broke in the media on Wednesday that the boxer has decided to switch nationality to Britain, but his management in quick intervention issued a statement to debunk the reports. The statement said Isaac Dogbe has and will always fight for Ghana. Isaac Dogbe was born in the UK to Ghanaian parents and has lived both in Ghana and in the UK. Dogbe is set to fight American boxer Joey Gonzalez in a world title eliminator on July 23rd in a 10-round main event at the Grand Casino in Minnesota. Hove Albion defender Tariq Lamptey is close to his nationality switch to play for the Black Stars of Ghana ahead of the World Cup. The player is expected to be given the approval by FIFA next week after he officially acquired his Ghanaian passport. Lamptey was born to Ghanaian parents in England but has played for the junior sides of the English national teams. He was expected to be part of the Young Lion squad for a 4 Euro Nations tournament but refused because of his pledged allegiance to Ghana. Ghana has been ranked 27th amongst the 32 countries that will participate in the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Ghana's group opponent, South Korea, was ranked 28th, a step lower than the Black Stars, with Portugal ranked 9 and Uruguay ranked 12 on the list. Ghana will begin their campaign with Portugal on November 24 before facing South Korea, then take on Uruguay in their final group game in a repeat or revenge of the 2010 World Cup quarter-final game. Still staying with football, Ghana's Black Starlets have intensified their training ahead of their must-win game against Togo in the ongoing Under-17 WAFU Zone B tournament in Cape Coast. The Starlets will take on Togo in their last group game after losing 4-2 to Nigeria on Saturday. Nigeria had beaten Togo on Tuesday to cement their qualification to the next stage, and the Starlets must go all out against Togo to join Nigeria in the semi-final. The team, led by head coach Parkwesi Fabian, trained on the floodlights as part of preparations for the game. In the other Group B game, Ivory Coast thrashed Niger 5-1 to advance to the next stage of the competition. Enjoy the highlights.
Ball from Bamba and Abdelaziz. That's Abdul Yassin. That's the first goal for Niger. They've opened the scoreline.
The defense, you're thinking the defender should be looking for safety first, or controlling that. Is looking for the back pass to his goalkeeper, but there is no punch behind, and the goalkeeper steps way off his line to the point where he can't use his hand. And Abdelkader gets that spin around his man and dinks it into the boxing goal, and it's arriving with Soro, and it was a dangerous one.
Free kick is taken by Soro, and it's the beauty.
Avoid these free kicks. You know what he's trying to do there. It's almost as if he's trying to cross it, but the height on the ball is good enough.
Next on the score sheet. Balou, Amand, Inza scores the third.
Turn around there for Cote d'Ivoire, and they've themselves in Niger now. That was a sharp counter-attack in football. Inza against Bilia. Bilia is a difficult customer when he one-on-one, so Inza lays it off to Diamande. Great change of pace and best of it. Then he squares it back, ball falls into the path of Inza and he finishes it. But that is an assist that Ndiaye will claim. That is the second assist that he's got. It's almost as if he was controlling it for him.
Oko is taking no chances. Now Konate for Cote d'Ivoire. There's a poor ball from the Ivorian. But Niger quickly give away possession again. Here's Diamande. It's a mistake from Bunkano. Diamande! Diamande! Beautiful. The Ivorians are on rampage. They're up by 4-1 and Diamande is on the score sheet.
From Cote d'Ivoire. Well, if you like, an area where Niger shouldn't be giving the ball away. And Diamande, once the ball pops out to me, it's all about his footwork, all about his confidence, and all about the conviction about the finish. Such an assured footballer, almost always thinking through what he has to do, but the lovely makes it almost impossible for any
Haruna, not the best of clearances, and the Ivorians have the fit before the break, and guess who? Diamande, a double for him, and 3.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino has congratulated all 32 nations on their qualification to the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. The FIFA president was on hand in Doha for the final playoffs and the completion of Qatar 2022. The 32-strong fields came to an end on Tuesday with Costa Rica defeating New Zealand at the Al Rayyan Stadium. 24 hours earlier, Australia outlasted Peru on penalties at the same venue to qualify for the World Cup. The FIFA World Cup on 21st August, the 18th of December. Here's a video of Gianni Infantino.
So now we know the 32 countries who qualified for the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022. Congratulations to all of you, and of course welcome to the fans of these 32 countries, but to the fans from all over the world to Doha in November and December of this year, in a few months' time, to celebrate football, to live together the greatest show on earth and the best World Cup ever. Take care.
Now to some transfer news. Paul Pogba's representatives are finalizing a 4-year contract for the player to join Juventus on a free transfer. However, reports say dialogue is still open with Paris Saint-Germain, and it's expected Pogba will announce his final decision in the coming days. The France international has been free to negotiate with clubs over his next move since January. Manchester United confirmed earlier this month Pogba would be leaving the club at the end of his contract this summer. The move to Juventus would mark a return to a club where Pogba spent 4 years with before rejoining United in 2016. Inter Milan and Chelsea have held talks regarding Romelu Lukaku's return to the San Siro on loan. Belgian striker rejoined the Real club last summer but scored just 8 Premier League goals.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try was suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom go do, we go straight
national team players will receive equal pay for representing their country. The agreement, which covers the next 5 seasons, will also bring equality to the travel, food and accommodation available to Spain's national teams, according to a statement released by the Royal Spanish Football Federation. The bonuses, in quote, the bonus
level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria? Lufat.
Injeja woman malaria and kawon to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a 2 malaria sententem. FDA, Ashesa, a Jedi in Kratoi Ajatum.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what? Hey, tell me what? Tell me, beer.
They might worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh, now,
yes. Now then, senior, name me a new cut down, my business is a collapse. I'm out. So, who take quick credit in Ghana? Quick credit? Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? We are government and a private worker. Who pesika they are till hot so. We are Bosumi Ejuma. Who yes, Sikadi be been tempered. Quick credit.
The breakfast for the 16th of June 2022. Still to come, conversations on the rising cost of prices of food, fuel. Is it time for the government to step in and do something? We'll have a conversation on that in the next hour. We've also got a movie conversation. Ajete Anang and Lydia Fossen are our guests on the show, on Your World. So that's something you want to look forward to. Just gone by was the kitchen, Chef Kaf in the kitchen, making club sandwich for the daddies on Father's Day on Sunday. Shout outs to all the daddies. Yeah, and I don't want to hear, oh, guess what, the responsible fathers. Listen, fathers, whether they are good or bad, they have to eat. Okay, and fatherhood is important, and I know my guests will have a lot to say about that. So happy Father's Day in advance to all the daddies who are doing their thing. Okay, so we're going to go straight into our headlines today, and my guests are here with me. Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete is the founder and president of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach, and Sheikh Arimiya Shaibu is the spokesperson for the National Chief Imam. Salam alaikum. Namaste, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete. Today you look like you're coming from the subcontinent of India.
I tell you,
today, I mean,
it's a birthday of a very precious woman, Sabina Muki, who serves on the Toonforce board of Millennium Excellence Foundation.
Okay.
And today is her birthday.
Okay.
So this outfit was brought to me midnight last night.
Midnight?
Yes.
You want to go on Momodo? Wow, you look you really look Indian, eh? Oh, nice.
When I saw him, I said, well, if I knew, I would have searched for some Indian
headgear or something. Yeah, but you look good. You look good.
It looks great.
So from here, I'm going to the reception.
Okay.
Okay. She just wanted to be prayed for.
Okay.
I mean, it's
awesome.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, great. And how have you been? What's new from Chief Imam's side that we should be thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, the Chief Imam met retired Muslim security officers in response to our security, so that they can also offer him some advice on the best way to still beef up and enhance measures that we have put in place to ensure that guarantee our own safety, not safety of Muslims alone, but the safety of Ghana, which includes our traditional people, includes Christians and includes we Muslims also. And that was a very fruitful, and we had somebody from the Ministry of National Security to come and add some more briefing, based on which we are supposed to have another meeting, internal one, to see what we have to do. And the Chief Imam is the one who asked us to invite them, and they were excited, and Chief Imam was also excited about that.
All right. What's new on your end, Reverend?
Well, I think God has been good. I've been holding a crusade, a program here at Circle for the Heal Ministry, the Assemblies of God. Has been wonderful. We've had different kind of miracles. God has been very good. In fact, I feel very elated. For this week is very exciting because this weekend is going to be Father's Day.
Yes.
And Father's Day also coincidentally
your children
coincide with my children, my boys.
Yeah, your boys are being born on that day.
Yes.
All right. Awesome. So it's a great day. It's a great day for all of you. Happy birthday in advance to all of them.
Great.
And belated birthday to Perry Kafri Hove Ajaho. Yesterday was your birthday. Happy belated birthday. Okay, let's go straight into the headlines. Floods and heavy winds hit Accra again. You know, so the weather situation is really buffeting us, and it's not really comfortable to be in some parts of Accra. Take concrete measures to salvage the economy, says Professor Kwesi Butcher. Remember him? He used to give those long addresses talking about the budget. And so that's Daily Graphic leads with those stories. Floods and heavy winds hit Accra again. You can see pictures of trees that have fallen down, an uprooted tree right in front of the Accra City Hotel. And then you have a picture there of Professor Kwesi Butcher talking about taking concrete measures to salvage the economy. He was speaking at the launch of a book by the Ahoy and Nedu Jemfi siblings a couple of days back. Review ex gratia, former Council of State member recommends. And of course, this is on the back of conversations that have been going on for the past 2 weeks right now, when Togbe Afede, the 14th Agbogomofia of the Sogli State, returned his 365,000 plus CDs ex gratia, and it provoked a firestorm of conversations which haven't died down yet. Ghanaian Times leads with VIP unveils Ghana Pay mobile money service to promote financial inclusion. We've got ECG scaling up their security as it replaces postpaid meters in Yulo Krobo. There always seems to be some issues with power issues in the Yulo Krobo, and so their military personnel actually have been deployed during that exercise. That's quite an interesting headline that we can probably look at. And we also have the break looking at NPA, the National Petroleum Authority. They say we don't determine fuel prices, but they only make sure that the customer gets value for money. We need to get some clarification on that. But let's talk about the floods. I mean, yesterday on Twitter, people were even taking it to some kind of a rep your neighborhood. So you basically tell us where you are and tell us how badly your neighborhood has been affected by the floods. But so many factors have caused this. You know, people building on waterways, just a lot of indiscipline, a lot of bad design, a lot of inertia. And we are still, it seems that places that even didn't used to flood before are now flooding. And you just can't really understand it. Rev, what exactly is going on?
I think there's a couple of things put together. Some of this flooding are out of irresponsible acts we do. Our gutters People litter everywhere. And you notice that most gutters in Accra are filled with sand and other debris. And nobody takes care of it. We don't take off our frontage. That's number one. Number two, the system that controls our drainage systems are not in place at all. Because there are certain floods that we have that are very needless. And to think that anytime there's rain in Accra, when it rains for 15 minutes, everybody's in trouble.
But then you hear people telling you that, oh, Germany is flooding, Hungary is flooding.
I think we have to.
It's climate change. What's your problem?
When places flood, and it's exceptional. In our case in Ghana, especially in Accra, after 15 minutes, everywhere is flooded. So something is not right. I think we have to check our drainage system. We notice that people are building at the very wrong places. Governments of the day and government in the past, in other words, successive governments, have not succeeded in putting people right. Our town planning system is porous and poor, and sometimes we have to face it. Our engineers have a lot to beef up their responsibility to, because some of these things are needless. I was in town yesterday, and to think that everywhere is flooded, it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't help our production. It rains in many parts of the world I go to, and people still are able to go about their business.
Look at this picture.
And if it rains in Accra,
this is the intersection around the National Theatre. I mean, this is just unbelievable.
Gutters are not drained. People are not, so somebody is not being responsible.
This is the intersection that takes you to National Theatre. Look at this. It's amazing. You know, and big. You have big banks, big organizations, big, important key ministries are clustered in this area. You know, we have our National Theatre, where we do big events, cultural events, heritage events. This is yesterday's pictures. These are yesterday's pictures. You half expect to see a motorboat cruising on this. Yeah. Look at that. And you see the white guy, the guy in the white car moving. Yeah. Water could easily enter your engine. And then after that, then mechanics are going to get a lot of work. Yeah. But this is in the center of town.
Somebody must be responsible, and it's a collective thing. We all must wake up to be responsible. Otherwise, we are messing our community. The safety of the community is our responsibility too, and we should not always be waiting for government. Sometimes some of these things are shared irresponsibility, and I think we have to hit ourselves in the back to wake up from our dreams. It's not good. Otherwise, we will not get a better Ghana.
Who shall bail the cat? Because the problem is there. Who bails the cat?
Who should? You see, as Reverend was talking, I was thinking about the connection between institutions that will ensure, even if it happens, the impact will be reduced. In other words, probably you might say you cannot completely eradicate natural disasters or some of these floods that can go beyond our control, and that's why people are making reference to other countries. That's it. I think that it is not a good reference to make. When people speak that way, what it means is that, it has happened in Canada. It has happened, okay, so we should go to sleep. We care less about our own selves, and we do not, so why do we do weather forecast?
And they don't even say it happened in Nigeria. Happened in
no, they want to say that. In fact, those people over there, America,
all their money and their wealth.
So if this happened there, okay,
what's your problem?
Remain in your room and then be taken. I think that that's not the way to talk about it. That is why we have weather predictions, or the meteorological department. They are supposed to give us a sense of what the weather will look at. And that is why we also understand how the seasons come and they go. And each season that comes with its own kind of features and how it impacts on society. And so you have the meteorology. And that's why we have what we call the town planning department, for example. So in town planning, what do they do? When the meteorological, those knowledgeable in weather, when they make their forecast, does it give any message to town planning that in anticipation, and like all the time this our traditional thing, which in my view, you know, it is not the white man's thinking or philosophy taken from outside, but our traditional knowledge and wisdom has established it. Like we have been repeatedly saying, so unyonko na budget esoja pension si udia.
I've always liked that too, I think.
You know, it's not for the fun of it, but basically and essentially stripped to its barest essentials. What it means is that you must have a sense of planning and sense of anticipation. Yeah. So if you take this one and factor into the way we are living, so our town planning, how do they plan in anticipation that our big cities are now subject or objects of this flooding? Accra, for example, did not begin today. So between seasons, for example, how does our town planning, our engineers sit down to say, look, ahead of the next rainy season, I think that we should do A here, we should do B there, we should do... And I don't know, maybe they are doing it and I have not seen it. Maybe. But if they have not, and it has not been part of their thinking, then it's a terrible problem.
Is it not the fact that these institutions are supposed to do the work are really not beholden to we the citizens, and they kind of play the political game? So they are looking at the political masters, and so, well, if somebody is misbehaving, maybe a building has to come down. I'll give you an example. So I had a chat with the boss of the equivalent of the Environmental Protection Agency in Kenya. So I was asking him, so what's your greatest achievement? He said, well, we banned plastics. You can't have single-use plastics. We actually assume all that stuff. You can't have it in Kenya. And for example, we can pull down buildings of people who build the waterways. Their EPA can bring the building down. They've got that power to bring the buildings down. So and he's not appointed even by the president. For the job, he had to be put in a letter. There was a public call in the papers. This is your qualification. This is what you're supposed to do. And he went for an interview. He passed the interview. They gave him a 4-year contract. After 4 years, it's renewable. So his tenure is not dependent on whoever sits in their equivalent of the Jubilee House. Here, the people who head these key institutions are not voted by. They are not brought in by a competitive interview. You are handpicked.
So it's a political patronage. I mean, after that one. And
can you bite the hand of the person that your godfather?
And all the political parties, in fact, those that have dominated our political scene since 1992 have had it that way. None of them can be free of the guilt of doing that. Because of that, you know, and my word that, you see, it is jeopardizing our democracy. And you hear people that are saying that I will no more vote. I will no more vote. They are now, because this is, for example, if you take NADMO, for example, it's an institution that might be dealing with disasters. And in dealing with disasters, you even plan ahead of time, you anticipate. So how do they connect, for example, and who are there? How will they put there? I'm expecting that because it has to do with disaster management, it is not, there's nothing political about it. But look at for those who really have the knowledge, the passion, and the desire to really want to do things right and be able to do so. But once we have not done so, and it's affecting all departments, and for me, it's a worry. Everywhere we go, it is because we want to go and then take what is due us, but that we don't give back. Yeah. And this is some of the things that once you put people there and nobody even holds them responsible.
No, because they are looking at, okay, who brought me in there? I don't want to step on his toes. Let me bring in Reverend on this. Yesterday I had and you see, there's a link between what is happening here and even how people, whether people will go and vote come December 2024, 7th December or not. Yesterday I was having a chat with 2 young people. So one of them is 21 years old. She's never voted before. She could have voted in 2020. But she said she did not vote. And I asked her, will you vote in 2024? She says, no. Then another one says, oh, she voted last time in 2020, but in 2024, she's not going to vote. So I asked, why? And they said, well, we don't see the nothing really is happening, and they don't see that their vote can actually make a difference. So there's you can actually make a draw a line between what is happening, the lack of care for the whole environment, and people taking actions to even what happens at the polls. The youth are getting disillusioned, they're not interested, but they are analyzing the issues. Because I asked one of them, okay, so suppose I was going to run for president, advise him, what should I do? He says, well, we don't want to hear any new promises. We want you to just fix whatever projects that was there already before. So you just come in. So, and this is a 21-year-old who has not voted. They are thinking about these things. They realize that people are making promises, not keeping them. People are abandoning old projects and doing new ones. People are just doing what they want. And they don't think that they want to be part of this. You know, so can you see how the young people are thinking, Rev?
You know, I believe some of us will not get into politics. Because the sad thing is that when the politicians say good morning, you have to look at watch. Maybe it's good night. Politicians want to tell you what you want to hear, and for the populace to vote for them. By the end of the day, successive governments, sometimes we get so much sweet talk, and it is talk without action. And I believe that we should be walking the talk. We seem to be disappointing the youth and the older people. My mother made a statement the last time, and it's a very interesting statement, even though I borrowed it from an 80-something-year-old lady. She said when a politician bluffs, she laughs, because in 4 years you need her thumb. And it's true. Most time we speak and we don't realize that the position we have is transient. We should use our position to win friends. We should use our position to do good things. Use our position to serve our nation, so people will be very proud of us. There are a lot of politicians who, when they finish, and you see them after they finished, you become very sad for them. But as wild and disrespectful as they be, and it's a spirit. When people are in the helm of affairs, they even lose sight. You can imagine if you have bodyguards and certain security agencies misbehave, and then they finish, you see them later, and you wonder, is that the same powerful person I saw? Let us work our politics well. And I keep saying, let's play mature politics, so Ghana will gain. The whole essence of the Fourth Republic was to get our country revamped. We were coming from a military coup d'etat. We wanted to readjust everything. I believe the two leading parties with the backing of CPP need to wake up. NDC, NPP must wake up. And those of you who are vying for offices, people are watching you. Be wise, because the way you behave today will affect other people who are interested in your party. Let us be careful. And this goes to both NDC and NPP. There are a lot of people who do. They don't even go to the pool anymore because they don't see the need.
Yeah, no. And these young people,
and if you live in an area, you live in an area, and a politician comes to make so much noise about that area, and you know the results of that area, you feel very used and abused, and it can affect our politics. So please, those of you in politics, some of us, me, I'm a pastor, I'll never be a politician, I don't want to be, I'm happy I'm not a politician, because I get very sad for MPP when they are counting votes from the voter region. I get very sad, and certainly get very worried for NDC if vote is being counted from Ashanti region areas. You don't want to hear it at all. Please, let us play mature politics. Let us work the politics well so that people will be interested to support what we do. And we are very fine people. The biggest challenge we have in Ghana, which I think we should be addressing at some stage from the Constitution, we have to rectify some things in the 92 Constitution, is this whole issue of winner takes all. Because of this winner takes all situation, we come back to what Sheikh was saying. People are placed into certain positions that they are not good at. Yeah. But the boys must be certified, the committee must be certified, and because of that, we are not. But if it becomes a collective thing, we'll be able to serve our nation proper. I mean, thank God. I don't know about Sheikh, but me, even if you give me the presidency, I don't want it. I'm very happy.
You're very happy where you are.
Oh, yeah, I'm a pastor.
I want us to just meditate on these flat pictures for a while. I won't even say anything. I just want you to let the pictures speak for themselves. These are not pictures from some war-torn area. You know, these are not pictures from some tornado that whipped through some place and destroyed property. These are pictures from the Republic of Ghana.
Which part is this?
I mean,
Accra.
This is Accra.
region.
So I'm just going to keep quiet
Seat of government.
now, and let's just look at the pictures for 1 minute. This is our morning meditation.
Wow. This one is heavy.
This is Teshi.
Yeah, I was there yesterday.
So when the pictures come, I'll tell you where they are. This is Teshi. We're taking you to a tour of Accra, rain tour.
The driver's in dilemma.
This is the principal street of Teshi, which is now like Venice. You know, you won't be surprised to see a V8 motorboat. I think the Toyota needs to start making motorboats and branding them. Yeah. So these are some parts of I mean, Sheikh, this is.
Yeah, I mean, like
this
we
is
said,
crazy.
it's a terrible thing. In fact, it comes back to the way we put people in offices and what we expect of them, and who supervises, who takes responsibility. And coming back from what Reverend was saying, you see, politics is not for self-aggrandizement. And I insist, politics is not bad. But politics is the means by which we assume public office in order to render service. And by our choice, we have just and so we have no choice but to be doing these elections, to getting people into office. But speaking from a religious point of view, a trust, collective trust given to us by God, and that is the sovereignty, is a sovereignty by trust that we pass on to certain selected people to hold in trust for us. And that sovereignty given to us by God, before you give it to any person, you must be conscious of it. So when you are voting and you don't know what it means, even connecting with God, who, in the Christian context, let us create man in our likeness and image. It has a meaning, because it places the human being on a certain plane. From the Islamic point of view, we are going to put on earth our vicegerent. So from both religious points of view, the human being has a certain special place in nature. That sovereignty of God which he has lowered, given to us, and collectively we own it. And from the angle of the geography that God has given us, nations, these are parts, portions of the earth that he has given to certain group. So ours is called Ghana. And collectively we owe him a duty to protect.
And even on that tip, doesn't it amaze you that nobody even comes out to say anything? Seeing this, nobody comes out to say, oh, we are sorry this has happened. This is what we are doing to make you feel better. We are with you. You don't hear anything from anybody. The people who are supposed to...
If you dare speak, you will be put in the box. And that is the most unfortunate thing that is happening to our country. If you speak on the cathedral now, depending on which side of the coin you speak to, straight away it will be determined whether you belong to NDC or MPP. So we have no national agenda. And I think if we don't handle these things well, posterity will judge us. We must, as a nation, get a collective responsibility and a national agenda that will lead us through. Otherwise, we'll not go from stage to stage. Look at one of even the unfortunate thing that happens in Ghana. Every project MPP left behind, I bet when NDC came, they shunned it to do their own.
And the young people are watching.
Unfortunately, what NDC also left, MPP is shunning it. And we try to play politics about it because somebody wants to take the credit instead of losing that. Why would we not make reference to the West? I have lived in the West. I went to the West when I was in my early 20s. I schooled in Europe. And you realize that there are people in position. In Hungary, it is only the minister that is taken away when the government changes. The chief directors and everybody are in place. So systems are in place. In our country, we have so many of them, but everything is politicized. So please, let us come out of that place by politicizing everything and look at the Ghana agenda. If we look at things holistically and get a bigger picture of Ghana, our approach to things will be different.
KSM was here, quick listen to me, sir. He was here on Friday. He said he echoed the same thoughts. He says, when NDC was in power, they thought he was an MPP guy. In fact, he said they actually believed that he was flown in by the MPP to harass JJ. And then when MPP came in, they thought he was an NDC guy because they had given him a radio frequency just before they were leaving. They said, why are they giving this guy radio frequency? They took the frequency back from him. That frequency is the one that CTFM uses now, 97.3. He used to have it. It was allocated to him. It was taken away from him twice. You know, and because nobody is thinking of the national agenda, but we also know from the statistics that the youth, the people under 30, are more than 50% of this country, and they are watching. This 21-year-old I was speaking to, a young girl who has never voted before. If she's 21 this year, I mean, she was born in 2001.
Yeah.
But she was able to tell me what is going on, and that projects are being initiated in this administration. When the new guys come, they abandon them. That should end. You know, there's somebody who doesn't want to vote, you know, but they are analyzing things. And then I'm so surprised because then I look at today's Finder and I see a survey that says 56% of youth say Ghana is moving in the right direction. And so this was a big Africa-wide survey in African countries, and the Rwandan youth are the most optimistic of these. 60% of them believe that their country is moving in the right direction, followed by Ghanaian youth, 56% who believe the country is moving in the right direction. But most of the youth in African countries have lost confidence in their country. They are confident of their personal futures, but they're not confident about the future of their countries. Is there a disconnect?
There is a disconnect.
That you can be confident of what you are doing, but as for your country,
I think also that some of these publications also come from an individual. So sometimes, I mean, in the past, everything I read in the papers, in the news, I took it serious. But having gone through what I'm going through and before gone through now, I try to take things with a pinch of salt. We have a responsibility, and our responsibility goes back to the fact that we should look at Ghana first. Ghana before any other thing. Ghana before NDC, MPP. Ghana before CPP. And you know, we are all victims. We all fall short of it. The journalists cannot be truthful now. Pastors, we are not truthful. Religious leaders are not truthful. And the legislature is not truthful. The executive is not truthful. The judiciary is not truthful. We have a responsibility. I think we should all assess ourselves.
Where are we going? You have this song you like to sing. We are going. Where are we going? No, everybody is not truthful.
It will be hard, we know, and the road will be muddy and rough.
So we are in the muddy and rough road now.
We'll get there. I think what it is collective responsibility. We as a people and as a nation must have a collective responsibility. All hands on deck. Kafui, Sheikh, Rev. Let's put ourselves together. Let's start from here. If we all start from here and we can put our homes together, Ghana will put right. I don't think it's late, but it's mindset. We need to change our mindset. We need to stop grabbing for ourselves, amassing wealth for ourselves, and think about the nation. There are a lot of people who have so much. Go to certain homes today. You see different shades of cars. That's a sign of wealth. Different shades of cars. Cars they don't need. Cars they don't need at all. And there are people at their workplaces who are serving them who don't even have one. So we should change our mindset. I think the poverty mentality is also leading us to do things we don't have to do.
But Reverend Sheikh, how about if you have all the skills and you go somewhere, they say if you don't show the party card, you're not going.
Yes.
Or if you don't have a godfather to lead you there, you may be skilled. And does that not now explain why so many Africans are prepared to do anything to leave the country? Yesterday, I got a message from somebody who said they've lost all their money because their family was planning on moves to leave the country to go and find a better life somewhere. They were scammed by somebody. They are down to nothing. You know, people are losing hope. Is that not dangerous? If the young people who are supposed to, it becomes like the second slave trade, where all the young people are taken away. All we have are babies and old men with build a country like that?
It's come back to Ali Mazuri's, a point that he made about describing, Africa and the circumstances in which I know some of the things that leads our young people to be traveling out. And he talked about the push out and the pull-in factors. Okay. So in the West and the developed countries, they have the pull-in factors. So if America is doing the lottery, for example, they are looking for people who are Africans, black people who are brainy, who are hardworking.
Have we not figured it out that lottery does not benefit us?
It's still brain drain.
Exactly.
So when you have the skill, I mean, if you have no skill, you don't win the lottery. So you must come and bring something to add. Yeah. So for them, it's a pulling factor, but ours is a push out. So the people are desperate. They are in distress. They are like these young people are losing hope. Yeah. The very deadly terrains of the Sahara and the island of Lampedusa,
die in the sea,
and they see the dread nature of the journey. They every day see that others have died, they've been drowned. Still, they will dare and go because something is pushing them out.
The push-out factors.
Push-out factors. So, but you see, sometimes we don't also want to make our young people feel so hopeless, despair completely. Giving up life is not an option.
But you talk to the young people, don't you? As religious
leaders.
Yeah.
I mean, any young person who comes close to me, especially if it's a matter of value. I remember some of the national service people when they were posted to my office when they come. I say, young man, look at my age. Very soon I'm going on retirement. If you come to my office and you have been brought here to come and do national service, if I corrupt you, do the service, and I arrange and we share the money, you know what I've done to you? You know how I have damaged you morally for your future and to the disadvantage of our country? An adult, you are now about 25 years. I'm getting to my 60. And all that I can do to you is to introduce you to corruption. You know what I've done to you? Then the young man will quietly look at me like this and quietly look at my face. So if you have come, begin your national service on the foundation of sound values. Sound values.
Do they listen to you?
Some of them, they go, I try to inspire them, hoping that, but these things must be continuous. You see, so these young people, for example, are giving up, but as a country, we have an option, but to remain as a country. If you go to somebody's country, when it is either situation of war, or economic downturn, or some natural disaster, or whatever, and you cross the borders of Ghana, you lose your dignity as a well bona fide citizen of Ghana. You are called a refugee.
Economic refugee, political refugee.
That is why when you go to South Africa and there is this xenophobia and they rise up, they tell you, my friend, go back to your country, and they treat you with all you see, indignity, contempt, they kill. I have seen in South African picture. Well, I don't hope to start up some of these things, but just to advise our young people. That is why you must prepare yourself for the healthy politics. It is not for you to imbibe what you are seeing today, but sit down back, get the true and the right political mentor. Most of them, they jump into politics. From national service, he was a student leader.
He's not from. He's from school.
From school, he jumped. Ask him. So who is your? Do you understand the politics?
You don't.
If you want to engage in politics, so can you answer the question why? And to genuinely answer the question why I want to engage in politics.
It's about money now, Sheikh. We know. It's about money.
So those are the things that I'm thinking that instead of our young people saying no, they must sit back and reflect and make a choice of the right political mentors.
Okay.
So that when they come.
And Sheikh, from the back of you, what you are saying, I think we are losing something in Ghana. The Ghanaian community is a very religious community. You are either a Christian or a Muslim. Traditionally, there are not that many. I mean, so let's face it. Sometimes the higher percentage, I believe, over 70% are Christians, about 20% Muslims. traditionally share with other people. And so we should not lose sight of that fact. Now, you can realize what the mission schools, the missionary schools, the Ahmadiyya schools did for Ghana. All the three of us seated here are product of religious discipline. But this day and age, that thing is going. Look at the number of insults or the culture of insult that is being inculcated in our community. It never happened nowadays.
What has replaced religion?
How dare you?
What has replaced religion now?
Politics.
Materialism.
And that politics...
That's the new religion.
That politics had emerged out of what you rightly took from me now. Materialism. In people's bid, remember, the more you insult people on TV today, the better political appointment you get. The more you insult people on TV today, the more recognition you get. And so we are setting a precedence that will come to bite. It. MPP is doing it. MPP did it. NDC have done it. And our politicians are not waking up to it. Let us create an environment that is a disciplined environment, and we'll have a better Ghana. And it's a collective responsibility.
But the people come out of the church and they come out from the mosque.
That is why the church must be respected. The mosque must be respected. That is why I get very disappointed about politicians or outspoken people who speak against religious leadership. Because but for the religious leadership in Ghana, Ghana would have bent. Ghana would have been doomed. But for religious leadership and cohesion, what Lawrence Tete and Sheikh Arimaya is doing here today, but for those kind of things, Ghana would have been like other countries we know. And the peace that we enjoy in Ghana and the harmony that we have in Ghana, we should not take for granted. And this should be a sound warning to politicians that they should put a value on religious leadership. We speak now, even the religious leadership is being divided. That meetings are being held in Jubilee House, they handpick the people who want to go. NDC did it, MPP is doing it. And so if you don't seem to toe a certain line, and you sit and you make statements that a sitting government doesn't like it, trust me, you are not wanted. And I thank God that some of us, we don't live by the standard of politics. It is the Lord that we want to serve. So let us all get back to that place. It's not late at all. What we are doing here, every Thursday we come to do, I think it's very important. We wake up early in the mornings to come. Not many of our colleagues will do that because we want to get cohesion. And as we begin to do that, collective responsibility is what will build a better Ghana.
Your thoughts are welcome. It's not just a conversation between the three of us. You're also there. You're part of our conversation. So at the right time, I'm sure your messages will flow through 055-556-1034. My guests are Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, founder president of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach, and Sheikh Arimiya, spokesperson for the National Chief Imam. My colleague Jay Gabra is ready. He is reaching us from a town whose name is always mispronounced. It's not Gliffy. Gleffe. It's like Apede, Sogakop, Jelukop, Apechi, blowing on a candle. Like that. Gleffe. Ayo, Jay, come inside and let us know exactly what's happening at Gleffe. All right. Jay is looking at issues of indiscriminate dumping of refuse at a community and the problems that will come about with it. Jay, go ahead. Talk to us.
Thank you so much, Kafu, and welcome to Glepe. Like you said, I'm trying to blow a candle as we speak. So this place is located near Dansuman in the Ablekuma West District, here in the Greater region. It's a small fishing community surrounded by a lagoon, and whenever it rains, the situation here becomes quite untenable. It's host to a number of challenges, not including but not limited to sanitation, the drainage problem, and then of course the refuse dumping. So yesterday, when the rains fell, you realize that the waters are still settled here and are entering people's homes. This morning we're here because of reports that indicate that the lack of a proper garbage disposal system within the community has led to a sanitation crisis. There's a rubbish dump here that welcomes you as soon as you enter Glepe. And so that's the first visitors are greeted to. Okay, so somewhere last year, if you recall, there was some demolition exercise that went on to move the illegal structures which are along the lagoon. This was undertaken by the West District Assembly, Municipal Assembly. This exercise sought to protect the lagoon and for the so that the waters will flow freely. At the moment, owing to the rubbish and the weeds on the lagoon, the water is not able to flow freely. So it looks like, if you can imagine buying food from this place, for instance. There are vendors here, and then they have the animals they kill and all that, eat from the refuse, and then they kill these animals and perhaps they eat them. You can imagine the kind of health crisis it will lead to. And then the scent here is not quite, it takes your breath away, literally speaking. So if you benefit of the eye in the sky, you can see the kind of situation it is where the residents here are currently suffering. I would like to speak to the assemblyman of the area. He's in the person of Charles Owusu-Ofie. He will give us a bit of history and tell us where exactly the situation is and why they are still struggling in this present circumstances. Sir Charles, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. You're welcome.
Thank you. So what's the situation right now? Why is it like this at the moment?
The problem here is, first of all, I'll use this opportunity and say thank you very much to the nation's biggest television for coming into our aid, coming into our electoral area to capture what is going through, what we are going through here. So I will use this opportunity to say thank you very much. This thing started around, let's say, late last year. And what we are seeing here, this is called Jatakpo. And the other one is called Vugbe.
That's across the bridge?
Across the bridge. Okay. So it has been here for decades. And this is where the water stays for about 3 or 4 days so that it can take its time and flow to the sea. You understand? So now that these people started filling the lagoon, almost half of the lagoon is gone. Now when it rains, the reason why you are seeing what you are seeing here is that half of the lagoon is gone. So the water that stays for some time so that it takes its time and flow to the sea, the space is now gone. So when it rains, it pushes the water into the community.
And not just the water, I realize it takes the refuse as well into people.
The refuse, these are plastic waste. And it can be light in face of the water so that it goes anywhere that it likes. Yeah, so when it gets to some time, they will set fire into this refuse and it goes into people's houses, and please, you cannot even breathe.
But the thing, I realize the plastic dam, for instance, is creating a lot of... Is this place a refuse dam?
This place is not a refuse dam. This is a pure lagoon.
So why then are they dumping refuse here and it's creating problems for all of you?
For that one, when they started, I tried to stop them, and I nearly killed by those who are doing this work. They said, I don't own any land here. When I was coming from my hometown, I did not bring any lagoon here, so I should leave them. They are the Asafo people. They own the community, so they can do whatever they want. Their forefathers have sold the land, and this is what is left for them also to sell or to, use for their personal businesses.
So not only do they dump rubbish here, they are telling you rubbish as well. This is so wait, where does the rubbish come from that they come and dump here?
This rubbish comes from, let's say, inside Accra. Okay. Some from Kaneshi, Accra Central, Kolegono, all over the places, all over, any place. When you see the tricycles bringing the refuse, you can count about 150 a day. I'm telling you. And they take at 35 cedis to 40 cedis per tricycle. Oh, wow. Yeah.
But then again, if this place is a lagoon, I see the houses here. Are they supposed to be by the lagoon?
The houses has been here for a long time. And as you can see, after the construction of the sea defense, they made a tunnel for us that the water frequently passes through to the sea. So about 7 or 8 years now, we have not experienced the current flooding situations because of the sea defense that the government constructed. Okay. Yes, so now, formally, when it rains, we need to go to the seaside and dredge it by our own self. But since they constructed the sea defense, and then they made a nice tunnel for us so that the water flows every day. So since then, we have not experienced such situation before. But when they started dumping refuse into the lagoon, it has narrowed the lagoon. That is the cause of the flooding that you are seeing now.
Okay, so I don't have enough time. So before I leave you, I just want to ask, if you want to recommend a solution, what will you say? Or will you invite your minister to come in to help you deal with this crisis?
I want to use this opportunity and beg the government, the local government, to come into our aid.
Is that the Ablekuma West district?
The Ablekuma West Municipal Assembly came here to do some demolition exercise to pave way for a dredging of this lagoon. So all is underway. The dredging will come very soon. They are preparing themselves because the amount involved is very huge. I am part of the Ablekuma West Municipal Assembly. I'm an assembly member, and I'm the works subcommittee chairman for Ablekuma West. So I know what I'm talking about. Very soon the dredging will carry on. But shall we wait till when these people are going to stop causing more damage?
Will they stop?
For that one, I can't tell. Because where I'm standing now, I can't go to where they are. If you can hear, they are shouting my name. Don't bote, don't bote. You are hearing it. So what we are doing now, I don't know if I'm going home, what is going to happen to me. Because they have tried severally to lynch me. Because I'm stopping them from where they earn their income from. And this, it has health implications, environmental implications, climate change implications, so lot. So, and this is part of a security threat, because disease outbreak can strike the community,
like cholera and all that,
anytime. Yeah. So we are urging the government, the local government, Minister of Defense, because you cannot fight these people with police. The Ansuman police have been here for several times. When they are coming, they have people in some main joints. They will just call them, they are coming. You will not come and meet anybody. Okay. So it needs proper planning to stop this thing.
There are a number of residents here who are also willing to speak. I don't know if I have time to speak. Okay, so this is all time will allow us for, but they are all surrounding me at the moment. The situation is quite dire and untenable, and he's pleading with the government once again, the local government, and of course the Greater Accra Regional Minister, to come in here and dredge this place and stop the refuse dumping so the water can find its way into the sea. The situation here is quite terrible. So from Glepe, like Kafui said, I'm trying to get a Glepe, yes. This has been the report. Back to you, Kafui, in the studio.
And that's Jay, a very fast learner, Glepe, but a very terrible situation where the lagoon has been blocked from operating normally with just filth, refuse, and rubbish. Rev,
I think
this is Greater Accra Region.
You know, and that is why we need system. I must commend Zoom Lion for some work they've done. I remember going to speak at IJ Kotoku, where they keep the refuse. I stayed there for about 1 hour, 30 minutes to speak to the people. When I left, I got sick. And so this work is a very tedious work. And that is why we need expertise to do it. I think we need institutions to do our drainage system and to rub it. And you know, rubbish is money.
Yes. I did the calculation.
Rubbish.
35 of those.
Is, no, even beyond that.
It's crazy.
There's so much you can get from this rubbish.
Energy.
We call it from waste to wealth.
To wealth.
And from this, I'm told, people were even importing refuse from Ghana.
Yes.
Until the likes of Zoom Lion came on board and decided to be recycling things from here. So there's so much we can gain from that. We can gain energy, we can do recycling, we can get so many things, we can get manure, we can get our fertilizer from this. Let us make use of it. And this technology, we can create it here. In Ghana here, we even don't have to be using electricity in there. No. The solar can be there because we harsh the sun every day. And it's wasted. And so please, I'll go back to it again. Let's get a national agenda. We don't have priorities in Ghana. I believe that's our biggest problem. We have no priorities. The things normally we write about in the manifestos, in the political manifestos, are things to make communities happy, but it's never implemented. This one, this place can be something else. And so it must begin that this nonsense must stop. And if you say it, people think that so, but it's true, it's absurd. It's absurd. This nonsense must stop. We must get to that place where we are all working together to build our home. God must bless our homeland
and make her great and strong. We'll go back to Jay because he has more people to talk to at Glepe. Okay. But Sheikh, you were thinking it was a Volta region, eh?
Yes, because of the name you say Glepe. Because when I'm traveling along that, all the
towns
I say,
yes, because Afe means home.
You see, so when you were mentioning, then I saw that it was actually wow, Accra. Yeah. Somewhere close to me here, and we can see this. And when Rev was talking after you had finished your intro, my description, I was telling myself, this is affliction self-inflicted.
Affliction
self-inflicted. This is Sheikh Arimere.
No,
you know? Why do you think the chief imam made him his spokesman? Didn't you see when we went there? Didn't you see how he behaved? Debbie and Frances, the ladies that follow Peter, they look at you and they say, "Oh my God, that's a nice guy." So they should not do that. Where you come from, you can marry more than two.
Affliction
self-inflicted. Yeah, because when you know that what you are doing will put you at risk. I mean, common sense should tell you that you should not do it. So, if the people are around the place and they themselves are part of the dumping of the refuse, and then when the rain sets in, see, how do you feel? How do you feel when it rains? I mean, all of us here, I hope it doesn't happen to us, but you're there with and water wades into your room to your bed level or higher, and you see yourself swimming for life first. Not that your television, your fridge.
No.
You see, they said that's what the president said. For economy, we know how to resuscitate it, but we do not know how to bring back people to life. So life, this breath that we take in. Look, hold it and see whether you will go. But all other things, you can lose them. And that's why I'm describing it that way. Once you know the risk, the mindset should tell you. Secondly, because we are coming from a religious point of view, we are not perfect people, but at least we are thankful to God that He put us in a certain domain where values matter. When we deviate, once the Reverend takes his Bible and I take my Quran, which we daily do, a certain text
will speak to you.
Will speak to me that, look, you are reading this and you are doing that.
Check yourself.
Check yourself.
Your conscience speaks. Your conscience speaks to you.
You see, there's a text of the Quran that says, "Why do you say that which you do not do?" I mean, rhetorical question.
Of course.
لِمَ تَقُولُونَ مَا لَا تَفْعَلُونَ. That's what the Quran. It throws a question.
There's another one in the Bible saying, Romans says, "You therefore teaches others. Don't you teach yourself?"
Exactly. So and he asks that, أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. Don't you think?
So we must be reasoning beings.
That is it.
Let's go to more reasoning beings in Glepe who have a lot to speak to us. And Jay is in this community. It's not far from Dansoman last stop, Not too far from the beautiful parts of Dansoman where you have Sahara and then right in the corner there you have refuse islands and just communities surrounded by filth. What's going on there? Our man Jay Gabra is right there at Glepe, and he has a few people who want to speak their minds this morning. Back to you, Jay, at Glepe. What do you have for us?
All right. Thank you so much, Kafui. So I just wanted to let you know that even where I'm standing at the moment is quite unsafe. At any moment, I believe this side will also be taken away by you realize it seems like solid ground, but it's not really safe. So there are a few people here who would like to speak their mind. When they speak Tree, I'll do my best to translate what they are saying as best as possible in English. Boss, mono no. Pacho Efro sign.
FM Roger.
Roger. Pacho beat me.
FM Roger.
Pacho, what on best of saying?
Say about 3 years ni.
Oh, and it is saying so tall in Yamasa Debenesi.
Hyper. In so to essence a ball and no feeling into so to any real feeling nyama.
Oh, it is enjoy it's to say affect mo.
Pa Osha won't say a real feeling money nyama wahanum. Yentumi nya kwan fa nkola no school nyama. Essence a ball and intia.
It is a Hanumuni gutters and I said, we like so now bit me from Raymond.
Gata be any.
Okay, and it is my more opportunity. So, Casa Mao, regional minister, and I say, we local assembly member, and I say, Bibisa, now, Waka drink a crap.
Me and Drama Mammy now, Wakasala.
Okay, ma, Pacho Mono no.
Pacho, Yeja. Pacho Boko.
Pacho for sign.
Your friend Ernestina Debla, aka Nyano, Drobian Cadem, unit committee member.
Oh, okay. Pacho.
Oh, me Pacho. Yedamasi. Medamasi, eba mo fidie kesi so bi a tie mia. Ena no pen. Me ha nyina ni se, bọ́ọ̀lù mommoa ye ni ntu bọ́ọ̀lù yase. Bọ́ọ̀lù ani firi ase no, me ne assembly member. Ye ba ni abetete ni ejinejina ho. Yetimi stop abobo ya. Ada no kra nyame anka. Assembly member nkom di school driver wo ni yam kun no. Enti hwe me oba besi a me stop abobo ya. Ye frɛ a police fo a ombeba no na nkrofo bi nso ginagina kwan so. Na kyese oma frɛ boys no ma betake yen. Nti oma try bi bre so mbe kunyen. Da no kra do bi be ka kyerem se yesi e be kan ball ya asem de a ye peye nkwa de a ene ye den yenye din se ye peye nkwa na yesi e be kan ball we ya asem de mbe kunyen. Nti ama ye suro pa nti mi kan ho hwe. Nti se ma ba na se mo se mbe boa yen de a ene ye be da mase papa. Okay,
at this point, if you also request, if you look regional minister and I say local committee members, no number ombe dredge lagune mao.
Me de enka mestre regional minister helicopter se enka ombra no meye yemoa ono na obemu a eyeyi nti mpaniche enka ombra na omeye yemoa na omehwe gotane mai.
Thank you. I have one gentleman here. Boss, Pacho Mono no. Your first sign.
Good morning. My name is Ismaila.
Ismaila. But also, what is this I want?
I'm Pacho Miso.
How many years?
I've been in this area for more than 30 years now.
30 years? And has this always been like this?
No.
So what happened?
But almost started to say almost ball and in Yamana Google Hanum. Now, Lagoon Nelson. But almost ball and Hanum, must see Quaya, baby, I was saying, so in Kota. And in so to me, baby, then a rare amount for them when I'm amount for fee. The problem I have is area and no any.
Okay.
I am person telephone be. Obibiara obehu video we no. Your person telephone be. On bibiara one who they need to me obefi say bia. Ano so obekika. Omuti aboma omeba beboa yen no. Yen hia omo say omo de ana omo meboa yen. Because yen so ha na ye wo ni bibia akọ. Ha na wanti eboa bi owo ho bia meboa en bia pom chopi onyame anim omumbra no meboa en.
Okay, so basically everyone is appealing to the government for the same thing. They want their help in getting the refuse dump away from here so that they can dredge the river so that where it's supposed to head towards the sea, it goes as smoothly as possible. So that's the general sentiment here, appealing to the regional minister as well, Honorable Korte himself, to come down and then so that he will come in here and then help them with the situation. Yes, so I'll speak to one more person. Boss, mono no.
She's ena wale kone ke chomi ne ke ya. Pressure fe ba gbe wono me no your side there. O ke no kunu seconds no be yi. Won pa government e fa kone fe mini. E ba na nya ba wa wo. No pen wo bi o.
Yo Ismaila.
Atukwe.
Thank you so much, Atukwe. So he's also saying that when Dr. for instance, it goes into their homes, like I said earlier, also pleading with the central government to come to their aid. So the situation here is quite untenable here at Glepe, near Dansuman in the Ablekuma West District, here in the Greater Accra region. So this is the report. We've spoken to a few residents. They've given us their feedback. Back to you, Kafui, in the studio.
Thank you very much, Jay. Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, who has a message for them in Ghana.
No ni to ma kenyi nye ha ni wokwa wo enyo gba no ni nye ta ine helapi jinu ka ba hanye kuno okwenu ohani Ghana fanfe fale waka me government pe ni chumo pie ni wori njo wanye wo chu no ohani Ghana ne ayemu wo mi panye fai ke obomitwe ni gafo be jibo lo dangbe fo jibo no onu ne ngedi onso wa ye wa ino ne kuno ochebe wa no wakomle government lo kwa kope no na esa no wa pay ngeji onu ma jonye twe. Amen.
Switch from Ghana to Dangwe. Very smooth.
Yeah, my father is from Dodowa.
Yes.
And my mother is a girl woman. Okay. So I have to create a balance. Otherwise, the Dodowa people, they are very sensitive.
They'll stop you from entering the place.
And you know, I come from the royal family.
Yes, I do.
Through and through.
So you
then I mind all the Dodowa kings are watching now. I cannot get into one segment. Wow, Nietzsche.
If you so. Share any message for them in Chi?
Yeah, so today, I can't see no coin there, and I know I find the coin be up. Inti said, in Sunny etne, Nessa Moody will be brave, be good at seeing a coin. And then I call a how be a mamma tree at the moment. Way, and yadi be I say a fra by no moment Yanka say answer crown try and say, and he said, ye didn't really good the biara. No, my son, Abane dear, yes, rabbi. Aban so nia aban betumi aye biara obetumi eyisa ohawi e de fi saa ennuano e fra aban se ombomode onye bibi nemom yenso ete ho no yemfa ye nyansa na nimdie ya mamre pa mwana mo kire yen se bibi anso tini kura no untumi nkoja wonan wo ho ebi se wo yesa no na ohaw na wotwi e de aba obiara ti ho bia no yemmo ye ho ban yenyi ankase yemmo ye ho ban na we na be asomje be mare.
Sheikh and Reverend, I'm going to ask our producer to bring you on adult education in Ghana and Chi.
We will do that.
You will do that for us.
Maybe one of these days.
One of these days. Permission to go and check out the message board.
Okay.
There are a lot of messages for you. Okay.
And I hope we'll not forget.
Yes.
We'll not forget that this last day will come before the Father's Day. So
yes.
we want to
you have a message for Father's Day, definitely.
Because on Sunday I will not be here.
No, you'll not be here. So
I will not be here.
Your Father's Day message, you should drop it for us. I'm going to step over to the board and give you your messages on 055-610-34. And here come your messages. Kweku Foster wants to know, hey Jay, why interview people in Accra and speak to them in Tree? But the person, Accra is not just full of people who speak Tree. And if you did see, one of them spoke Gun. So please don't harass my guy. Please, I beg you. Don't harass my guy. I thought in some small effort this morning. Don't harass my guy. Hi, Kafi. Looking at the pictures from Glefer community, I came to the conclusion that the local authorities have failed the people. Leadership is not about slogan shouting, and it's sad to see human beings living in such deplorable conditions. SB Ajapong, USA, now in Ghana. How can we use our water bodies as refuse dumps? Insanity at its best or worst. When we claim the land from the marshlands, where are the authorities? Where are the traditional rulers as Asafo companies are involved? Yes, and the gentleman was saying that people threatened to stab him with a screwdriver. So it's a serious thing. I hope the authorities are watching him. I think when I hear people insulting elderly persons, even chiefs are being insulted these days as well as pastors. It's happening because we don't value our culture anymore. Instead of the older people instead of the older people and for that matter leaders teaching the people good morals, they rather talk about rights without letting them know the proper responsibilities. We should go back to our cultural values because the rights are too much in Ghana. Lots of messages. Quino, we need a national orientation as how we do politics. The winner takes all attitude is killing us because opposition will say many of A and B you have constructed or built. Meanwhile, there was that A and B project that started from the previous government uncompleted. We need national orientation for development. Haj Kasim says, God save Ghana. Kudos to the bishop and the sheikh. I'm glad to see Jay in a mask. COVID is not gone. Calf, your jacket, bullseye. Thank you. Jacket says hi. Good morning. You say this is not part of the program, but you want us to talk for drivers in Ghana. Police and customs are drivers' problems on the road. Any police barrier and customs barrier taking a lot of money from drivers. Please help. Talk to the IGB to advise his boys. We are begging you on this. Kafri, the woman was saying some people are stopping and threatening them for talking about refuse. Ask them, who are those people? Jay will get the information with us, for us. I'm not surprised to see the floods occur each time it rains. Human activities and national development programs are major cause of this situation. Governments and private businesses are only concentrated in Accra. And you say you're not surprised the poverty mentality is leading the youth to relocate to find comfort outside Ghana. Our leadership are not truthful. Hashtag Arise Ghana. Youth! Yeah, we're praising. Jay started the question in tree. This nonsense. Oh, come on, please. Guys, I beg you. Let's put the language thing aside. You had Ghana, you had tree, you had English. Please. I'm not going to fight you today. Dr. Lawrence and Sheikh Aremia are really giving out hard truth. Indeed, those who are responsible for our town planning are not doing even 20% for development. Indeed, our engineers have failed, and we the citizens sometimes behave terribly. We need to take up good steps, both followers and leaders. Ryan, are the local authorities in the area working? Apathy will be high in 2024, yes. Despondence to lack of faith in politicians. Most actions done in first term by politicians are generally the real desirables they have to offer. Because once they need clearance for another term, they really do much. That's right, you've analyzed it very well. This is another form of employment to the youth. Ghanaians don't learn at all. I saw someone throwing rubbish into the gutter when it's raining. I approached the person about it. She asked whether I sleep there. Oh. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Musa, okay, so we need serious prayers in the country because the drivers of the nation appear not to understand how to solve flooding in Ghana. Anytime Accra experiences a small amount of rain, it gets flooded. Okay, thank you for that. Good morning, Clive. This is serious. The people who gain from refuse business should be ashamed of themselves doing this to the whole community. It's happening at Dakuman Cable and Wireless land. Please let your team visit Dakuman Cable and Wireless. Thank you for the lead. You guys are great. My question to your panel, since they don't do active party politics, they should forward their concerns to manifesto committees of political parties. Okay. Can you please allot more than reading your messages by allowing one of your national service personnel to read the messages? Okay, you're trying to get one of our national service people to do the messages. Not bad. I hear it on VOA. They get like interns to read the messages. It's an idea. We'll think about it. Why not?
Thelma.
Good morning, Kath. Where is Thelma? You miss her. We miss her too.
Yes,
she is on leave. She'll be here soon. I love this segment. Somebody, Kiki Jan says, I love this segment. Beautiful. So coming up is Ajite Annan and Lydia Forson. So you stay with us. You want us to watch a video. Flooding crisis in Ghana comes as a result of plastic waste choking the gutter and river bodies. The best way to solve this crisis is by buying my idea, by turning them into fuel and gas. We'll watch the video, don't worry. Thank you very much. They will be drowned in their own ill-acquired wealth and Ghana will regain its dignity. What happened in the days of Pharaoh when the multitude of soldiers died in the Red Sea will occur if Ghana and politicians do not change. A prophecy there. Okay. You're talking about development bank. We're not talking about that. We're talking about flooding and environmental issues. Central parts of Accra is the inability to remove debris from our underground storm drains. Do we have storm drains?
Yeah, we do.
I hear there are a lot of old fridges and freezers inside the storm drains.
So many things.
Oscar Mali from Medina. They say, how do you use the offering the members contribute to alleviate poverty? So Oscar wants to know. He's talking about the building of the cathedral being a misplaced priority. But Reverend is not a member of the board. Are you a member of the board? No, go and check. I've seen all the members of the board. Reverend is not a member of the board. Get your facts before you jump in. I beg you. They say, how do you use the offering?
We use it to help the poor and the needy.
Okay.
But people like him, it's possible that he's been living on offering.
Shots fired from Reverend. I heard Reverend talk about mindset. Good. But the mindset must start from the leaders, especially some of the constitutional codes, which must be reviewed for the betterment of the whole. Thank you so much. You guys are just sending messages. I'm happy. The talk show must stop. Nothing will change until we amend the constitution. Yeah, that's a big conversation that needs to be had. What's happening in Accra now is the people who are chosen as authorities to plan are not doing the right things. What are the town and city planners doing? Our so-called leaders have seriously failed us. So many messages. Problem of Ghana today is MPP and NDC both think about their party and not Ghana. Our party did this, our party did that, will not solve the problems. Is it time for a third force? You want somebody new, somebody fresh? And by the way, the NDC and the MPP were all born on the same day, 28th July 1992. So this is like a Jacob and Esau kind of something, you know, very spiritually symbolic. They were all born on the same day. Okay, couple more. Father's Day will also be your 71st birthday. You want to celebrate that with the two children of Reverend Lawrence Tete, John Amua Kaswa. Don't worry, we'll pray for you as well. Please, for God's sake, change the planning of our newly developed areas, else the flooding will never end. Year in, year out, it has been the same. What is the suitable solution? Please, I propose something overlooked. You see now, John BK Amua. Okay, my last message. Hey, wow, messages plenty. Boom, Ishmael. Good morning, BFS. I believe it's time the traditional chiefs stop selling land and property, join the government to stop the nonsense all over the country. Thanks. Should we have just given all the land to the state like how the Ivorians did it. So in Ivory Coast, nobody owns land. All the land belongs to the state. Did Kwame Nkrumah miss an opportunity?
Unfortunately, in our community, when the states get the land, it goes to the wrong hands. I'm a Ga. I'm a Ga Dangme, and I sit here very sad with the way the Ga land has been mismanaged. Successive governments give it to people. You'll be surprised, more Northerners, and more Ewes, and more Ashantis have more land and prominent land here in Accra than we, the indigenous. And our uncles and our aunties who are kings, chiefs, get rickety cars and they give up big land. So I think that's another nonsense that must stop. And if we want to be very honest, the whole of the land, including this property here, that was acquired by Kwame Nkrumah, some of the properties were given back to individuals who are connected to certain governments. I mean, if we look at what we are reading about Achimota Forest now, if it's something to go by, then this is absolutely absurd. It is not right. If it is true, sometimes I try to make sure I understand certain things before I make comments on it. So I've deliberately not been comment about it. But if it is true, then it's not right. Then it is sad. Because the Achimota land belongs to a particular clan. You cannot go down. The things that are happening in Accra now cannot happen in Ashanti region. It cannot happen in Northern region. It certainly cannot happen in Water region. So why Accra people? We are begging you who come into government and sit in political seats to be very wise with the people of Accra. Get very upset, and when people get too upset, it takes different things. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I was born at Jamestown.
It's a significant place.
Yes, and my great grandfather. Yes, my great grandfather is Kintakichwa the First. That's my mother's grandfather.
For real?
Yes, for real. And then I also come from Dodoa, where my great grandfather was the one who created the Dodoa forest. So for me, both the Gan side and the Dangbe side, I come from a chieftaincy home, and I feel very sad that when this thing happens to the Gans, please, from us, this nonsense must stop. Don't take advantage of us. Don't take our land because you are in government, you are in the head of government to take it to people. If you go to cantonment today, there are no Gans living in cantonment. If you go to even Teshinungwa today, the Gans are getting lost. And we are being treated as if we are second fiddle. It's not right. You, the Igbe people, will warn you. And you, the Hausa people, warn you. And the Ashanti people, stop stealing the land of the Ghana people. This nonsense must stop. And I speak on behalf of all the Gandangwe people.
How do you say this nonsense must stop in Ghana?
See, but there's something beautiful about sometimes you. We might overlook something that is virtuous, something that is very good.
Yeah.
But the only thing that is painful is when that particular virtue is underestimated and exploited for certain negative reasons. I see Gans as people who like to give their space to people.
Yeah.
And in sometimes they say it is strangers who build communities. So anywhere in the world, you find that countries that are booming, they've opened their doors to people who come in, and then when they come, they help. But such generosity should not be exploited. I think that is where I come to the point that exactly. The presidentship. When you take something in cost to a state,
yes,
and from my religion, from his religion, holding trust, and that's why we, even as children that God gave to us, he said that look, he said all of you are shepherds, and you stand accountable before God for how you tended. So anything that has been entrusted, put under your care. Take care of it. If you misuse it, here in the world, you might see the wrong result of it, but even in the hereafter, and the other side of life, you will not be happy.
You won't take it easy.
Yeah. So I call on governments Everything that we can give a description of wealth, including land, that belong to certain indigents and so on, that has been taken by way of custody, must be judiciously used to the general benefit of everybody. I think that's where sometimes we've lost, and it's really sad. I do not have the fact, but Sir John's case, for example, is one that saddens me a lot. It saddens me because, like, this is somebody under whose care the whole wealth has been entrusted, and from the wealth that we saw, that he was there to really amass for himself and his family. That's a terrible, unethical thing to do. But today we are pointing our fingers to him like this. The four is pointing at us. How true are we all when we have been put to these public offices to our right duties, where we have been put in place there to take charge of the state property?
Those are good questions to end this segment. Before your Father's Day blessing, somebody made a comment about the futility of all the talking if the Constitution is not amended or reviewed so that all these appointments that the president makes can be reduced. And is it time for us to
I think I
really look at the recommendations of that review?
I spoke about it earlier. That there are a lot of lapses and holes in the 1992 Constitution that we need to revisit again.
30 years after it was.
I think it was all done in a haste. In the middle of everything, Jerry John Rawlings had to move on from a military point of view to come to a civilian regime, and so many things were done. I think we need to revisit it again. And there's no, even American system revisit their constitution.
All around the world,
British, they do revisit. So let's revisit so that and it will help us to create checks. When we were in secondary school, we studied economics, government, and we studied about delegated responsibility and checks and balances and separation of powers. We are not really practicing the separation of powers in Ghana.
Majority of MPs,
the presidency, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. There's no separation of powers. So certainly we don't have the checks and balances. And whether we like it or not, the confusion we are having in Parliament today is as a result of the fact that we are not used to the fact that we will have an independent Speaker of Parliament from the executive and so we need to revisit again. And when we put that thing together, it will help us to build a healthy nation, because some of the animosities and the pain and the fight we are fighting with needless. It's making gentlemen become bush people because they are becoming too petty, and we must play a mature way of politics. Right. Having said that, I still want you people to see that I enjoy.
You want to see your shada? You look like one of these Indian princes.
Yes. Today is Sabna Muki's birthday. She's almost 40 years in Ghana.
Okay, nice.
And so I'm going there to pray, and this is what they gave me midnight.
No, you look great.
So my servant, Ambassador Ashim Morton.
You're addressing like this.
Yes, you're addressing like this. So happy birthday to Sabna Muki, and I also say on behalf of King Osei to the second Otunfo, who has appointed a board member of the Million Excellent Foundation.
Amen. Thank you so much. Yeah. Father's Day is in 3 days time. Sheikh, what's your message to fathers?
I'm a father, and I have been sad over the years anytime the Father's Day come, and how even the media has downplayed the Father's Day, and how fathers have been insulted during the Mother's Day. But there's no justification for it. No justification. Fathers have mentored people. Fathers have brought up great people in this world. And fathers have set visions. Fathers have brought forth. They have paid school fees of children. I am a product of my father, and I'm proud of him. I am a reference point to my son. My children make a reference to me. And me, like him and others, President Kufuor and others, even including our president, our former president, John Dramani Mahama, have brought up children. And so when it comes to Father's Day, and sometimes in those days we have worked to bring down the money, even money we have given to mothers. Yes, and so on and so forth. So I want to congratulate all fathers across the world. That let's be proud, let's encourage ourselves, remain responsible. We do not judge fathers because of some irresponsible person. He is not a father who just knows how to go to sex.
Yes.
He's not a father.
No.
Like the young man who through sexual adventure, he gives birth to a child and he runs away. He is not a father. In fact, he doesn't carry the quality and the value of a father. The father figure is a glorious something. So we must really say that fathers, congratulations. Go ahead, bring up the children, set vision, mentor them, inspire them, let them grow to heights where we can all be proud of them. On Sunday, if you don't see me, I say blessings to all fathers of the world.
I mean,
happy Father's Day. Of course, it started on the 9th of June 1910,
yes,
when first Father's Day was held, where a young lady who has lost her mother many years ago realized her father was a veteran who has come from the army camp. But anytime they celebrate Mother's Day, she has nobody to celebrate except the father. So she instituted the Father's Day in America in 1910,
wow.
June 19. So then the government established it, and it became every third Sunday of June became Father's Day. Coincidentally, those are the days of my boys.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
So happy Father's Day to all of you. And please remember, a father is a responsibility. So a father is a caretaker, and a father is somebody who takes a role. Even if you don't have biological children, there are some of you with no biological children, but you play great father's role. So father's gift and blessing to all male in Ghana and beyond Ghana.
Thank you very much. Great fathers, Father Reverend Dr.
And happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you so much.
And happy Father's Day
Same to you. Same to you. Same to you. He's the founder and president of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach, proud father, and Sheikh Aramia Shaibu, spokesperson for the National Chief Imam, another proud father. Gentlemen, thanks for fathering this beautiful conversation.
And happy Father's Day to President Kufuor, President John Mahama, and President Ado Dankwa.
And whatever future presidents are coming.
Father's Day.
We wish you happy Father's Day. Next is a conversation on the high cost of living. What can be done about the prices of food and fuel that just keep going up and up and up? That's a conversation you do not want to miss. WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. Also, Ajite Anand and Lydia Forson are on their way to the studio. What questions do you have for them? Please put them on our message board. We'll be back with a conversation on the cost of living in Ghana. You stay with us.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pampas, so we try to suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the button go do, we go straight to stardom. And I go take you to next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Back baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted by the FDA.
I am 7 years old. Beep, beep, beep. I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
It's a conversation on money and the rising costs of just about everything. We just read in the news or heard in the news that even fuel prices are going to go up again, you know. And so with the current state of the economy, the high cost of living is one thing that everybody's really affecting. Is Ghana one of the most expensive countries in Africa? We've been hearing things and you wonder, hey, where's all this coming from? This was a BBC documentary which talked about Ghana being one of the most expensive countries to live in. Prices of goods and services have increased sharply since the beginning of the pandemic, and some say the situation is becoming unbearable. This is a direct quote from this particular intro to this documentary. Is it possible that the authorities can do something about the prices, the rising cost of fuel or food, in a free market environment that we are operating today? This is GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui Day. We are inviting you to this conversation. Share your experiences about how the impact of high prices in fuel and food, what that impact is having on the way you spend, the way you behave in the economy. My guests are Dr. Kingsley Nyaku, who is the MP for Kwadasu, and Frederick Yao Ahinkwa, who is the MP for Jaman North. Dr. Kingsley Nyaku represents the MPP, yes, and Ahinkwa represents the NDC. Gentlemen, you are welcome to the show. What is causing this, the prices of goods and services to rise almost on a daily basis? I think I'll start with Dr. Nyaku.
Yeah, let me say a very good morning to your revered viewers, and good morning to your good self, yeah, and my colleague. The first time we met was when we were at GH1. Exactly so. Remember I was heading Dankwa Institute. Exactly. And there was a program between myself and Dr. Percy on Founders Day, remember? I do remember, yes. I asked for the video, and today the video is not yet sent. No, I'll be GH1 at that. We did hear that. So, tell us, what's causing the prices to rise like this? Yeah, you know, the world has been experiencing challenges as a result of obvious happenings in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent invasion of Russia in Ukraine. And these sad events have been the main cause of what we are witnessing, not only in this country, but also around the globe. Kafui, every country in this world is suffering. And suffering in terms of rising inflation, leading to rising prices on commodities and services. Energy prices are also soaring and all that. It is difficult, and it is sad that Ghana, we are also bearing the brunt of all this. What is our response to what is happening to us in Ghana? Yeah, I'll get there. It will be strange to assume that nothing is being done to ameliorate the sufferings and the pains we are going through as citizens. When COVID happened, we put in interventions. Monies were spent to protect property, lives, and also to save lives and all that. We did all these things. And obviously, the expenditure, most of which were unplanned, will have adverse effects on our budgets. Isn't a responsible government have plans for unforeseen things? Every country under the sun had to overspend their budget. Go check. You know what I mean? So some, you know, the pandemic that happened has not been witnessed in the world for a long time. You know, after the Great Depression, we've not seen a pandemic of this magnitude and proportion. So government had to respond, and responding, don't forget that there'll be issues in our own homes. When there are adversities, you want to spend or do something unique, especially to save lives and also protect lives. When these are done, then later you'll be thinking about how to bring normalcy back into the homes.
Yes.
The same thing pertains to from the end. And when COVID happened, apart from what government did to protect us and also to save lives, the invasion of Russia and Ukraine, when government saw that things were getting out of hand, don't forget that by November or October last year, inflation was 7.5%.
It's now 27.3.
Yeah, but I'm saying that by that time, inflation had been held within single digits for a very long time.
Yes.
When this government took over, inflation was.
COVID didn't affect inflation.
I'm saying
you guys did a good job.
When this government took over, inflation was about 15.4%. We brought it down, okay. And during COVID time, don't forget that there were less spending.
Of course.
Okay, so if you understand economics, less spending means that inflation is likely going to go down, okay. But when COVID was going down, borders were closed, business activities were going on. Obviously, there was more spending, and this is one reason why we are seeing prices of goods and services, skyrocketing or going up.
You still haven't asked me what is being done. I mean, the fuel prices started going up this year.
Yeah.
So what is the response to that?
Yeah, but the point is that government has been doing or putting in place interventions to ensure that these offerings go down. And I'll give you examples. Don't forget that the policy rate was around 13%. Okay, government increased the policy rate by 200 basis points. Okay, recently it increased by another 200 basis points. That is 2%. It's now 90%. And this is done to ensure that money supply is lessened. When you increase the policy rate, you make cost of borrowing a bit more expensive. Okay, so the assumption is that there will be less supply of money in the system, inflation comes down. Government has been doing this, I think, 3 or 4 times within even this year, but still it is going up. This morning I read an article, if US of A yesterday had to increase the policy rate, benchmark rate, by 0.75%.
What effect does that have on us?
I mean, to make sure that prices of goods and services come down.
But our prices coming down?
I'm saying that all countries that are using this intervention, okay, US of A, for example, has done it 3 times this year.
Is it working for them?
As we speak, it is not working as they expected. But if that had not been put in place, maybe it would have been worse.
Is it working for us?
I'm saying that we are put in that intervention. For example, if the policy rate had not increased to 17% a month or so ago, probably prices would have been higher than we are seeing right now.
So we should be happy that the prices haven't gone as high as they would have gone.
No, that's the point. The challenge is that economists are even struggling as to how to tame what is happening. So you put in an intervention. If the effect is not being realized positively, then you see how you can bring in other intervention. When government saw that expenditure was so high, government decided that ministers and other government appointees will have to sacrifice their salary by 10% and all that.
What has been the effect of that?
And I'm saying that I cannot sit here and quantify the effect.
You just mentioned something, you have to defend it.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Say it. You said it.
The point I'm making is that these things have been done, and obviously there'll be effects.
Okay, when?
I cannot tell you right now that the effect is A or B, but what I'm saying is that gesture, reducing expenditure, and don't forget that recently, the Minister for Finance told us that our debt to GDP ratio had declined to about 76%.
It's still high though.
But it is better than the 79%.
How does it affect the guy who is buying kinky on the streets?
Listen, that intervention had led to a reduction in our debt to GDP ratio. It's a fact.
Yeah, but how does that reflect? How does that impact a man who sees that bread is going up, rice is going up, fuel is going up? How does that convince that guy?
You know, the price of these items are going up because of the pressures that are global.
Ukraine.
Obviously, it is one of them.
Yeah, okay. Because the fuel prices have really gone up seriously.
Russia is a major producer of oil.
Know that.
And not only oil, and also of gas. So if price of goods and services are even going up, it is also about the factors of production.
Exactly.
Okay. So for example, transport fares will go up because of increases in the price at the pump. All these things will have effect.
Okay.
In dealing with them, you have short-term intervention. That's it. So what we are trying to achieve is to stabilize the economy through these interventions. Okay. So the Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance are putting in interventions, and we know examples that they put in place. Okay. And I can convincingly tell you that the pay cuts and also the cuts of capital expenditure and goods and services by the ministries have also culminated in reducing our debt to GDP ratio. Because if your debt profile is high, it affects the economy because you wouldn't be able to undertake some economic activities. Okay. But as we speak, even though we have issues in the economy, and we admit that. Okay. Every country admit that.
We have our problems everywhere.
But still, government is able to meet most of her social contract with the citizenry.
Okay. Let me bring in.
No, wait. Before you bring in, just a second. We pay salaries. Some activities are going on. Of course, and all that. In the midst of the challenges, the government is doing her best. Kafi, if what we are experiencing were an isolated instance of Ghana, okay, then I'll be more worried. But because
we are all in the same boat worldwide,
yes, and the government is not sitting idle. Okay. The government is using the known economic policies in trying to deal with the situation. Okay. So the recent one that was done about a month or 3 weeks ago, lifting the policy rate to 90%. Let's see how it's going to play out, and I'm sure they are thinking about other interventions that will help us to be able to lessen the pains all of us are going through.
Okay, Dr. Nyaku, thank you so much for that. I want to hear from Mr. Frederick Yao Ahinkwa, NDC MP for Jaman North. What would the NDC have done differently facing the challenge that we have right now? What are your alternatives? Because you are, in quotes, a government in waiting if you should win an election. So what would you have done differently?
Thank you, Kafui. I'll use this opportunity this morning to greet my constituents. It's through them that I'm here.
Yes.
And then my leadership in Parliament as well.
Okay.
And then Ghanaians, our cherished viewers who are watching us this morning.
You've been held in your party holds lots of press conferences on.
I'll be there. I'll be there, Kafui. I'm happy this morning that my senior brother and then a colleague has admitted that really there is high cost of living in this country.
Yeah, we all feel it.
We all feel it.
Yes. What are your alternatives?
That is an undeniable fact. But in trying to explain what has caused that high cost of living, I was trying to shift the blame or apportion the blame to COVID and then the Ukraine crisis, which to me is false.
What are the causes of the high cost of living?
Yes, he's talking about COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
Before COVID in 2020, in the mid-year, the revenue target of this country was exceeded. And with even the coming of COVID into fruition, we had saw some loans, donations from other benevolent organizations and in the Bretton Woods institutions. COVID alone raked 32 billion into our coffers as a country.
No,
we had this. I'm coming.
No, I appreciate we had
all this
background.
I'm coming.
But
we had all this money.
Looking at what's happening.
We
now
had all this
and how
money.
we can bring the prices
That is why
down.
I'm just building.
No, I know that
I'm
background.
just building my point.
I appreciate
I'm coming.
it very much. The historical analysis.
We had all these inflows just to maintain the situation. But the monies that we had, is it true that we used the monies as they were supposed to be used? And that is false. Recently, there was a revelation from one of their party kingpins, a woman that is a vice chairperson of the Northern region, and then doubles as a parliamentary candidate in the 2020 elections. She came out boldly to tell us that when the COVID resources came, that is the 32 billion that came into the system, we had it that there were stimulus packages that were going to be given to business people, at least to absorb the shocks and other things. But the revelation that came was that that money, the 32 billion, was shared among the parties to the extent that some were receiving 50,000 and then in ranges.
So your argument, to summarize your argument, is that money was not spent well.
To summarize my argument,
yes, please, so that we can get to the substantive.
Monies were not spent well.
Fine. What's your alternative?
And then the hardship that is also coming, I will blame it largely on the cost of fuel. When you look at our fuel price, the build-up, it is the taxes that has made the fuel high. Recently, when the government was suggesting
but the cost of the barrel is also quite high now. So it can't just be the taxes. The cost of the barrel is the fundamental.
Is there? But you know the number of taxes that have been imposed.
You
on
cannot
the
compare
fuel.
the cost of the barrel from now to January.
Earlier before their government came into power, we had 8 different taxes that were in place, and they were all making noise. That some of them were nuisance taxes. When they come, they were coming to do away with those taxes. Those taxes in place as at that time had what we call maturity period. Like it has a time frame, maybe 5 years. When we collect this money for 5 years, especially like the ESLA, 5 years we will do away with it. They made noise about all these things. They came, maintained it, and even increased the period.
Are you going to answer my question?
So I'm coming. I will just answer it. I will answer it simple.
What is your alternative? Because discerning viewers are listening and they want to know what your plan would be.
The alternative is that some of the taxes that have imposed now, to me, has to be reduced.
So taxes have to be reduced.
Exactly.
Would that bring the cost of fuel down?
Why not?
Because in the news, it is likely that the increments are going to go up again. They're going to be more increments today.
Recently,
the taxes would
when they were talking about the austere measures, I think there was a reduction in the bust. I think some pesos or so.
All right.
But when you look at the government ones, those ones that were ceded to the government, nothing was done about them. So a government that claims that it is concerned about its citizens, the hardship about its citizens, at least will do something. Listen, these monies that we are collecting, if really we are putting the monies into good use, judicious use, I don't think Ghanaians will be where we are.
What would be an example of good judicious use from an NDC government?
Yes, that is where you source in loans, the revenue that you generate. You put the money into good use. Let's say infrastructure.
Like what? How does that help a man whose kenke is gone up? His kenke is now 4 cedis.
If kenke, we know what goes into the cost of a kenke. If I'm going to a farm gate to buy corn, maize from a farm gate, and I use my vehicle, use the vehicle on an deplorable road, come back and my absorbers are spoiled, I have to go in and buy new ones. When I go to the market, the cost of these absorbers are high. I have to at least build up this cost, pass it on to the one who will come and buy.
So for you, fuel is critical.
Fuel is critical.
Okay.
Our road infrastructure, that is the infrastructure
on which the vehicles ride.
Yeah, so when we go, we get all these resources.
Okay. All right.
We need to channel these resources into expanding the infrastructure.
I'm going to give you a little pause right now, and we'll come back to you to get some more issues on the topic, high cost of living. Can the government regulate prices of goods and services?
Yes.
My guests are Dr. Kingsley Nyaku, MP for Kwadasu, Mr. Frederick Ahinkwa, NDC, MP for German North. We're out live right now asking people questions about the high cost of living. We want to get what the people are saying. We'll come back to you for your feedback and then more submissions on this particular topic. You're watching GTV Breakfast. Your WhatsApp messages will be read as well on 0555561034. But this is a very important conversation. cost of living affects every single one of us. And my man, our man, your man, Jay, is on the grounds to do a live vox pop of the people to talk to us about how the high cost of living is impacting them. Jay, please take it away. Let's hear what the people have to say.
Thank you so much. So we are presently at the Dansuman last stop, and like the names rightly suggest, I believe this is where every vehicle comes. This is the last stop for Dansuman. So from Glepe, this is where we are trying to get a few opinions from the general public as to the impact of the economy on their pockets. They are saying it's hard, but I don't want it to be from my lips. I just want to go to them directly so that they tell you what's on their mind. So I have with me here one of the station masters here at the Dansuman last stop. Good morning, boss. Morning.
Morning. Bibia boko nse nye boko tse se na wo no.
Okay. Alentia.
Petrol ni nyama nyina onya onim se petrol ni bo ayeden. Yaya adwuma ne nyina ko petrol mu. Yanya bibia anto ya botom. Won se na ya gina ya congested. Won ka sa onim se na nyama no ko no. Sesi anu bibia na ya botom. The bed di power hard. Uto petrol first no ya to petrol. Ya tumi di ya adwuma sa se petrol no to 2 gallons 2 gallons per 1 point something. Nti se ukọ baako na wanya obi na oba na petrol nyina asa. Wetu be hu se na ukọ ya beka se uka pem ka ya se ya hot. Ya pre gidi because of kakra be nti ya pa ban no cho. Onhwe na petrol no nti so mai na bibia na ya botom. Won krono no nyama so enye. Nti wo be hwa na say poya na ya hwa na obi be gi bebi obi nsaba ya chini pa na ya bo no. Nti ya pa cho monhwe na nyama no nye boko mai. The friend need to trotaki.
Thank you. Where you my ben? Sorry.
Me a station master wa. You drive trot station master. One kasa show cars in New York. Uka unyo bia over empty. Until diesel no ye pacho. Petrol nya mun hwe na emba form kakra maye. Enu na ye bisa aban ye pacho ye un bibi maye.
Thank you so much. Boss, pacho mono e friend say.
E friend me Kwame Asante.
Pacho say.
Philip Kwame Asante.
Okay, pacho also you station master now.
Me a GPRT station master. Mampons Agegi.
Okay. Pacho also memo chat na waka wa drink kakra.
Say the adwuma na no kreni. And na me no kase kre ya to petrol. He say adwuma na ntisa kan no. He say kron ma ya dey say nipa bia ntimi mpie bebre na wa farm for the day. Ana adwuma na ya wonra say petrol na ade bechi atoso na ochira ya atoso. And now me no kase say akra ya say atoso bi ewu a ye nim say ye nso betimi ato ya fesu. Answer na GPR2 no ama adwuma e phone nyina obi a basa because obi adwuma for the day. Can ke bia what obeto diesel bet se bia 4 gallons a day 4 gallons a day na na u tia be say almost 2 million and 2.5 answer no what me adwuma for the day a day no so ntimi nya adwuma be 7 billion and 8 million why adwuma kra wanya sika kra na be say bia 4 million and 4.5 it is say uyi ka dey free na say uyi driver so dey kakra na to free mu a ni nyina ya diesel e je adwuma ba ban no because aban e crap petrol ni dia and e be say aban hwe no nya bibi man na timamuvunfo no so aga om so fro car no om timi afro akwade bia aba ama yeso.
Thank you. So thank you so much. Many one patrol bit me about thank you so much. So they also complain about the prices of fuel and then giving money to their account owners before all the costs that is they are accruing and all. Everything is hard for them at the moment. Boss, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine, sir. Good morning, sir.
Please, your name?
My name is Abdulaziz.
Okay. Please, what job do you do?
I'm a phone dealer. I'm selling phone at last stop here.
Okay. How is the economy for you? What do you think of the economy at the moment? How is it treating you?
What I can say about the commercial now, everything is expensive in Ghana now. Because I could remember when I was in Ghana. Now this is my 22 years in Ghana now. So things is not expensive like before.
You're not Ghanaian?
I'm Nigerian, okay. But I'm married Ghanaian. So everything is, even the house. I remember the first time I was in Ghana where I rented house. That was 22 years ago at Glefe. It was 5 cedi for a month. But now, maybe by now if you want to get a room now, is 1.5 for a single room. So even the transportation is expensive. The petrol, everything is expensive. So please, we are begging the government to do something to it so that everything can be fine.
are also living fine. Even we can see our friends here, Okada boys, because there's no work. That's why you can see some they are doing Okada business. Some they are graduate, some they go school, but see, they are working, they are doing Okada business. We should beg government to assist us. Our brothers here, they are not working. So we are begging government to help us so that they can put something to it, so that we can able to live fine in Ghana. Even the citizens here too, they are suffering a lot. There's no work. So that's what I can say about that, sir.
Okay, so but what do you think of this thing where it's like people buy maybe they buy something at a very low cost and they come and sell it at a higher price? That's why the cost of living keeps going higher. What do you think of that?
What I can say is that about that, me, I'm a phone dealer. I sell phone. Sometimes I bring phone from Nigeria, so I sell here. So people that are complaining. So always I can say that the government should do something, so that everybody they can live fine, they can able to do business. Even the transportation is very cost. For me to Circle now is 5 cedi, but before it was 1 cedi, 2 cedi, but now it's 5 cedi. If you want to go to Circle, go come is 10 cedi. Imagine you have children, then they'll go to school and they'll school in Accra. We pay school fees, we pay even transportation. So please, they should do something to it, sir.
Okay. There were some ladies here I was trying to speak to, but when they realized that we were on, all of a sudden they've all disappeared. So I'll just try and pick the views of this gentleman. Oh, please come.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Boss, please, morning, no.
Morning, sir.
Please, your name.
My name is Nash Eisin.
Now who?
Nash Eisin.
Nash, good morning, Nash. So what do you think of Ghana at the moment? How things affect you?
Things are not good at all.
What makes you say that?
Brother, at first, even if transportation from Kaswa to Accra here, now with 7 cities, my brother, and the road is not good also.
From Kaswa to Dansuma?
The road is not, even my problem is the road. Come and do something about it.
Which side of the road?
Top boots there.
Okay.
The place is not good at all. Every day, they should do some overhead so that everything can be solved. We are suffering too. And nowadays, I'm a phone dealer. You see, I sell phone. Now things are very expensive. Even if you want to go and buy phone and sell, it's not easy. So we are praying to the government to do something about it. We are praying to the government. That's all my problem now. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nash.
Thank you too,
so you're making your way to work?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So that was Nash. So telling us about so a few views from the general public. Oh, hello, ma. Morning, no. Oh, okay. So she doesn't want her face to show. I just want to pick her views. Okay. Ma, Pacho, morning, no. Your first. Pacho, your first.
Your friend, Ma Akusia.
Ma Akusia, Pacho, welcome. GTV Breakfast Show.
Mate.
Ghana high cost of living economy no one say. Pacho, then no one join a person come.
Me pesa me no be can brofo. No country. If it's a me Ghana niba. And a many me bro 60 years e wo Ghana ha.
Ubetimi akasa.
Nti me petwi na ade a me pese oman no empanimfo no enye ne se ohoho bia nkoni kurom.
Oh, Adentia.
Yes, I am a desa webisasa adenti. The way our man kono enye at the chest me nkwala abremu no man hunu kura no monko no mimi hunu 2 times. Swati ase mi hunu monko 2 times na monko no so no omko ye no so no e ma o man no yie e ma awudi sem ne niema koso se wo hwese ne o man Ghana ya awudi sem kro no niema chese yen Ghana fo na nkasa nyame boy yen na nyame enwene yen no yen ne ye mpebone o yen nimu bone ena ye san esuro bone susum se no ahoho ne bebre di bone abewurawura Ghana fo ni mu
but me sure say oyomu ni na o
opani wo yi nipa 100 gina ho a wo be nya mu 10 pe ena wo mo mpebone sese enti ne meme de kwa me nkroma mre so kra ne ye nkwala no monko baaye enu achi ne foforo san ye den esan baaye enti sese no so mutumi ye monko na hoho ne kwa ohoho no ye hwe adekode potia wo be ye wo mani mu adwuma wo be ye eniema wo be ye na se ya na yama wa ba o mani mu na nyasa wo sore ya na wo wura mu anu abesi Ghana no mo ne namwa bonea 24 hours wo se wo tie news a bone doso chen papa adan me matena brochire 30 good years almost yuju yan kamom but want to me sorry se wa so wokɔ Europe kuro bi so akɔ nante wokɔ da abɔnten wokɔ gyinagyina abɔnten akɔdi bɔne aborɔfo no yuju no nya saa na ase akyerɛ nti no Ghana no ne Africa na yɛso wɔn nkamo mu no sɛ mpanimfoɔ no wɔn tumi yɛ hard no mutumi ya baako nya sɛ wosɔre ya no ama bag so na wode nam Togo na wo ya ne apɛ wosɔre ya no aba Ghana ɛna hwɛ ne ɔman Ghana yɛ ɛnya sɛ na Ghana ti o pani.
So she has a lot on her mind. She's saying a lot, and she's of the opinion all the foreigners should leave and go back to their countries. But then again, what happens to Ghanaians who are working abroad? I don't think that's a long-term solution, but that's her opinion as to how we can deal with the present circumstances. Math, CP, thank you so much.
Now, when say Ghana for no, a be war a quantum, but we nipa 100 Jinawa, a be a 20, and a be a more African crony, but 80% no.
Okay, so I just have one more person here. If you can get just 30 seconds, briefly, just her opinion, and then we move. Morning.
Morning.
Please say your name.
Ellie Plim.
Ellie Plim. What job do you do?
Nurse. I'm a nurse.
Okay, so we are talking about the economy at the moment. So what do you think of the cost of living in Ghana right now?
It's really, really high compared to the things that we afford first. That were very low compared to now. It's really high, and then everything is blamed on the petroleum prices. But I think they need to the tax exemption. Some people are really in Ghana. They are not paying tax. They are not paying tax, and then moreover, and then foreigners that come into the country. Sign the contract with some foreign nationals when they come and do business in Ghana, because they are bringing job. They don't actually pay the tax that needed to be paid. Once that tax are put into we the poor people, and then we are the ones paying those tax. So government needs to do something, reschedule tax payments, so that everybody, whether you are a foreigner or you are here in Ghana, we need to do, because tax really helps building the economy. So we need to do something really about that.
Thank you so much, Ellie Plim. So Kafu telling us, so she's telling us that the tax bracket should be widened, so it's not discriminatory like it is at the moment. So a lot of people who are now gathering don't want to speak, but unfortunately time is limited. So I just want to hand it back to you, Kaf, in the studio.
Thank you so much, Jay. We may come back to you. Who knows? We may come back to you. But back to my guests, Dr. Nyaku and Ahinkwa. So you heard what the people said. Most of them linked the rising cost of prices, cost of living, to fuel issues. And I'm looking at the data. As at 1st of January 2022, a litre was on average 6 cedis, 30 pesos. Yes. We're now over 10 cedis, so we're looking at an increase of a lot. 3.7 divided by 6.3 times 100. We're looking at some maybe 60-70% increase in fuel. It's not a joke. The question to you, Dr. Ahinkwa, is what can the government do to regulate these?
Referring to me?
Yes.
Kingsley Nyaku.
Mr. Nyaku, sorry, Dr. Nyaku, sorry. Can the government bring the prices? Can they cap the prices at a certain level? Because your drivers are telling you that, listen, this thing is impacting their business, and when fuel goes up, everything goes up. Step in.
Yeah, so before I deal with this matter, I think I have to correct some erroneous impressions about some information my good friend put across. COVID, we didn't receive 32 billion cedis. That is not correct. The figures I've seen from Ministry of Finance, and I've been quoting this figure on most of the programs that I've been on, was 18.1 billion. This 32 billion is an exaggerated figure by former President Mahama and the NDC members, and I think I have to put that in context.
So what's your source?
Let's not go into COVID issues. Let's deal with cost of living.
Yes, no.
So you've made your point.
I made some point, then I need to. I said Ministry of Finance.
At least it's about my credibility.
You get your time.
I said Ministry of Finance data I've seen is 18.1 billion that I've quoted on almost programs that I've been on.
Okay.
But you see, what is happening? And I think that government has responded to deal with the economic difficulties that we are going through. And I don't think that government is going to stop at that. As you speak, I know that they are looking at more innovative ways, effective ways to bring these challenges down.
Name one.
No way.
No.
I will. And I've given you.
You said
some,
ways.
No.
Name
I've
one.
given you some before. You know, you
Will
have
it affect the
you have
price of
to
fuel?
allow me to, make the point. I will address the issues that
Yes, because
you have been.
Doctor, with time is often limited.
I know.
And you know,
But I said-
80% of the people
I
said that fuel is a big
No.
deal.
Yeah, I know,
So-
but I'll get there.
So will
I'll
you tell
get
her
there. I'll
that
get
fuel
there.
will not go down, it will always go up, or there's something you're going to do?
As we speak, there is deregulation in place. And I'm sure that, and I've made this point elsewhere, that government should consider, for example, some subsidies to, reduce the hardship on us in terms of fuel. If government can afford that, I've made this point previously.
Are they listening to you?
I don't know, maybe they have superior interventions. This is what I've said. I remember they were even thinking about moving some taxes or something. So government will come to a conclusion on that. But I'm saying that because of the pains.
Who did you suggest this to?
Oh, but a private platform like this, I made a point on Good Morning Ghana when I was there. But I'm saying that government should think about some form of subsidies on fuel, okay,
Subsidies,
to lessen the impact of the hardship on us. For me, that is very important, and I'm sure that it will help us to make progress. And I also think that at this particular moment, Kafi, the most thing that every government will do is to deal with inflation. Because if you're able to bring inflation down, then naturally, the prices of goods and services that are rising can stabilize and come down.
What are the inputs of inflation? Why is inflation so high?
Because
isn't the fuel part of it?
It's one of them. That's why I made the point that if you're able to bring in some subsidies, it could
bring down
it could
inflation.
Deal with that, okay? And also, the hike in the policy rate is also an aspect of that. Okay, the hike in the policy rate that government has been doing consistently, and every government has used this intervention.
Has it worked?
And I'm saying that yes, it has worked.
Is it working now?
It is working. If it is not working or that has not been done, then the rate of increase would have been higher than we see now.
How do you know that?
It's an assumption. Yes.
So we don't know.
No, it had been done. It could have been worse. So you can make that safe assumption on that. The last time we increased the policy rate by 2%, inflation also soared by a certain percentage. Okay, but the point I'm making is that if that intervention had not been done, probably it could have been worse. That is why periodically every month, every government, including this government, tries to look at the economic situation, revise the policy rate to see how it can, bring the effects on us down. Okay, so Ghanaians should bear with us. What is happening is not that the government has been ineffective. It is because of situations beyond our control, and government is also responding to that challenge. And I made an earlier point, if you do remember, that some of the interventions, like government said that bill on hair was so mad. So every appointee will have to reduce the fuel consumption by half. That was a good intervention. It means that it will reduce government expenditure on fuel.
Okay,
and by extension, monies will be available to meet some of our critical needs.
Okay.
At this critical moment in our lives. Okay.
Let me put some suggestions to you that were made by a former finance minister, Professor Kwesi Botwe. He says that there's a need for concrete steps to be taken to save the country's economic situation, and he listed something specific I wanted you to respond to. He says, freeing the economy from increasing public debts to enable the government to pay for and meet the nation's social obligations. That's one. A review of all sources of pressure on the budget, including flagship programs, as well as resisting solutions that will further mortgage the future of young generations to come, such as collateralizing of public revenue streams. So these are two things that he said that will help
the first one was
the economy. The first one was to reduce pressure on increasing public debts, so going for loans, increasing public debts, increasing the debt stock. Stop it. That is what he's saying.
Yeah, but I agree with him, largely. But I'm saying that you cannot completely do away with that when you have an economy that is import dependent. You have an economy that is in crisis right now, where productivity in a way is going down. Some of these things could be idealistic, okay, but I'm saying that in implementing them, if you're not careful, it can further dislocate the economy.
Okay.
Because if you don't have money to deal with some critical issues, monies to pay salaries and wages and all that, right, in the midst of challenges, this wouldn't be a very practical intervention. But what government has done is that government saw that we need to lessen our debt profile. What can we do about that? Can we cut some areas, items in the budget? And government has done that by looking at, for example, capital expenditure, goods and services. And when that one is done, you free the fiscal space. Some monies will be there to embark on certain important interventions, projects, and programs. And before I conclude, my brother, this government, even though we are going through economic distress, that is not exclusive to us. We are still embarking on our obligations. As we speak, there is a conversation between the TUC and some other labor unions like NATS and government in terms of COLA, cost of living allowance.
Okay.
And I think that this is also an intervention that will help to, ameliorate the
pressure
economic
on
pains
people.
on people.
Okay.
Because all these are short-term measures. And I'm also thinking that the agricultural ministry must also be up and doing in making, because we find ourselves in a geographical area where we should be able to have food sufficiency. And I'm happy that in some countries, there is scarcity of food.
But we have enough food?
We have enough food, but the price, the pricing is hot. It's hitting us.
Okay.
And we hope that as these economic measures are put in place, over time,
get better.
We should be able to feel.
Mr. Hekwa, quickly, brief questions, brief response while I go and read the messages.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to clear something here.
Yes. No, you don't have much time.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm just brushing up.
Yes.
On the COVID, he said I quoted a finger wrongly, but I'm showing the basis of whatever I quoted. They had 2 billion from IMF, 100 million.
Where are you reading from?
Oh, this is a solid document. I'm coming.
What's the source of the document?
What's the source of the document? Use the current use the exchange rate at that time. If you use the exchange rate at that time, you won't get that.
What is the source of the document?
This is from Minister of Finance as well.
You use the
he quoted
current
that same
exchange
source.
rate.
It's from the same Minister of Finance. So you are talking about. You let me show you my source.
I want you to
so
sort
I'm
that
not
thing
just
out
here.
amongst yourselves. I just wanted to know.
But I should have time to rebut.
No, it's not about the rebuttal. It's because that issue is not really germane to our conversation. I want us to use the spare time to look at cost of living issues. COVID, we've dealt with that.
Okay.
Dispute with the numbers. You have said he has rebutted. Fine. Solution.
So my solution is that what has landed us where we are today is because of the reckless borrowing.
That's not a solution.
Like, not coming. I'm preferring. So the solution is that we should just move away from the borrowing, and then whatever that we have, we make meaningful use of it. There is this sloganeering, one district, one factory, planting for food and jobs and what have you.
You have 107 of them.
How much investment has been done, or how much money has been pumped into these industries?
Okay.
So that at least we will not be we will not be dependent on import.
Okay.
You understand?
I get you.
This is what is putting pressure on our CD, and then the dollar always increasing. So when we are fiscally disciplined, we borrow and then we use the money. intended purpose we have borrowed the money for. I don't think we'll be where we are today.
Okay.
So this whole reasons being given is as a result of the reckless borrowing that we are doing. When
okay, so less borrowing is your solution. Okay, messages on 055 556 1034. Gentlemen, please tell the government to sit down and restructure things in this country. It's getting worse every day. Government, act and sit up and sort things out is what you're saying. These hardships put a lot of pressure on public and civil service because their salaries remain static irrespective of the speeding rate of inflation and fuel price hikes. Government should upwardly adjust salaries, says Ernest Donfair from Kumasi. Please ask the Dr. Nyako whether it's compulsory to roll out free SHS, including payment of clothing and WASI and BC registration fees. That has drastically increased the government's expenditure. This is from Kwame Aqua Kumasi. When the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Exact definition for this ruling government. That's your name. Oh, my messages have gone away, but they'll come back again pretty soon. 055 556. If say dry, you go by land. So I'm going for my messages. They're also here as well. So quickly to your messages that have come in for my guests, Mr. Hinkwa and Dr. Nyaku on 055 556 1034. Messages are back. Thank you very much. I like that. Exercise for Kafui. Okay, so on the increasing of the fuel prices, I suggest government should, as a matter of urgency, review the taxes on petroleum products downwards, reintroduce the toll booth collection, and use the proceeds to subsidize the fuel prices further. These two measures will go a long way to lessen the burden. Ghana is too hard. Whenever you say Ghana, it's a something. I don't know how you say it in Tree. Now Ghana makes so hard, government for do something. Kafui, is the price stability levy helping us now? I don't think it should be scrapped. We should stop borrowing money to pay ex gratia. Okay. More messages coming in on 055 556 1034. Fred from Koforidua. I don't just get why the government will blame Ukraine-Russia war while they are busy spending like they don't care, pumping huge money that the cathedral into other stuff like that. So, but the Ukraine, it's because of fuel prices, really. Fuel prices have gone up, understandably. And so that will impact. But we also, somebody said we also pump oil out of our seas. No. How come it's not affecting our prices?
No, because we are net importers.
What is it? When you're a net importer, what does it mean?
Oh, it means we import more than we.
Even though we have oil.
Yes.
Why?
So why should
no, the barrel a day. I think we do about 150,000 barrels a day and all that. But what we get is more than what we give away.
So
okay, so.
Yeah. Okay. So that just breaks down the money.
We also import wheat, raws and all that from
Ukraine.
Those,
okay, so that's affecting us. Good morning, CAF and panelists. I think we are wasting our time on this fuel thing because there's never been a time that fuel prices go up and come down again. Let's think of the way forward. How high can the fuel prices go, Dr. Nyanko?
Sorry?
How high can the fuel prices go? We are over 10 cedis per litre now.
Yeah.
Can it go higher?
No, it depends on
it will
demand.
Go. This is obvious.
It depends on demand and supply issues on the international market. But that's why I'm saying that something must be done because if you want to regulate, because now we are talking about deregulation.
Yes.
If you want to regulate, it will also have some negative repercussions on us because it could lead to artificial pricing and all that. Okay, so what government can do, as some people are saying, you tax some part of the taxes or you introduce some subsidies. This will be short-term interim measures, to suit the pains we are going through. Okay. And I'm sure government has to do something about that. Okay. And especially when government decided that there should be negotiation, agreed to that negotiation or conversation between the labor unions and Fair Wages and Salary Commission.
Government
for me, this means that the government appreciates and feels the pains of the people and that she wants to do something to lessen these pains.
Are you watching what's happening in Sri Lanka? Are you worried that things can get to that stage where the government has no money to even buy paper? People are registering at fuel stations to buy fuel, and it looks like the whole country has shut down. I mean, are you following what's happening in Sri Lanka?
We won't get there. That's why I'm saying that in the midst of this, government is able to, meet her obligation even in the midst of pains. Even yesterday in Tunisia, there is labor unrest because of this economic hardship. The Tunisian government is even reducing the salaries of government workers. But we are not doing that. Government is not doing that, you know what I mean? So the point I'm making is that though times are hard, you could take certain extreme austerity measures.
That can cause problems.
That's it, because at the end of the day, if you're not careful, solving a problem can even lead to job losses, can lead to people losing their jobs.
Okay.
But the government is mindful. Government is particular about what you are going to, and it's saying that I'm doing A, B, C, D to avert these sufferings, and I'm persuaded that with interventions that are being put in place, like we've witnessed, the cutting, the 10% pay cuts, and some of the interventions leading to a reduction in our debt to GDP ratio. I mean, it's a step in the right direction.
Should we go to the IMF pretty soon, Mr. Hinkwa?
We advise them, and they
no, I'm not asking should we go.
Yes, why not? Where we are today, because we were promised that the how do we call the e-levy is a panacea to our problems. And still, is that not what you said? We were in a chamber when
Mr. Hinkwa, what are the consequences of Ghana going to the IMF?
The consequences?
Yes.
We are not talking about the consequences. Are that we need to liberate our economy.
No, that is theory. What will happen to us if we go to the IMF?
At least we have a space so that we can spend better.
But then they will tell you what to do. IMF will tell you what to spend on.
And that is, and are we disciplined?
They'll tell you to stop.
We are where we are. Don't forget what I said earlier. We are where we are because of the indiscipline in our expenditure.
Okay. Dr. Nyako, do we
yes. No. This is the government.
Listen,
you are not giving me. You are not giving me time to explain myself. Yes.
Talking about COVID.
No. He brought up a point, and I have to explain to him.
In 2015, they went to IMF and received $1 billion. We took over and we quit going to IMF.
Should we go?
We don't have to go.
They have hinted. We are going.
No, we are.
They have hinted.
As we speak,
why are you lying to Ghanaians?
We have measures that will take us out of the woods. So we are not willing and prepared to go to IMF right now because we believe that what we are doing will bring some positive gains to the economy.
Gentlemen, I wish I could have this conversation on and on, but Lydia Foster needs to speak.
Okay.
So at this point,
yeah.
I need to say bye-bye to you, gentlemen.
Dr.
Kingsley Nyako is the MPP MP for Kwadaso, and the Frederick Inya Ahinkra is the NDC MP for Chaman North. Gentlemen, we've been speaking about the high cost of living. Can government regulate prices of goods and services? Your conversations are there on Facebook, and thank you for your message on Twitter. When we return, this conversation that Valerie will be having, she'll be having breakfast with the movie stars twinkling in the firmament of the arts. Stay with us, don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone. Yes, that was a heated conversation about the high cost of living, and CAF and his panel tried to offer solutions, but Charlie, we are hungry, and so yeah, I have amazing, the vocal, beautiful, intelligent Lady Forsen on my set, guys. I'm excited. It's like when you meet a superstar. Like when you meet a superstar. Hello, superstar. Hello, superstar.
I don't know how to react to that.
Hello, superstar.
You're making me nervous.
Do you know I'm calling you a superstar?
Why?
Why do the Nigerian community love you so much? And you're doing us proud. Hello, I saw the wedding. I was there representing Ghana. Superstar. Why do they love you in Nigeria? What do you do? What have you going to put there? Tell us the secret.
I have absolutely no idea, but you know, I love Nigeria as well. I mean, they constantly show me a lot of love. Right from the first time, you know, I went there in 2007. Wow. It's been a lot of love since then. So I don't know, but I guess they appreciate who I am.
And we love the fashion sense. Okay, look, I'm not even going to jump the gun. And Kinky Matters. So Kinky Matters is championed by Lydia. We're going to get to know all of that. Before that, like apart from the fact that we are all hungry and everybody's crying, the floods have come and is making matters worse, and people is making everybody angry. Fuel prices are going up, transport fares are up, then the roads are bad, and then the floods.
It's like
you are vocal.
It's
very vocal when it comes to social matters. If you were to put out a tweet this morning about flooding or any of the issues that are rife this morning, what would you put out?
If I were to put up it, put me on the spot. You know, to be fair, I mean, Ghana is not the only place that floods, right? And I think we all know that. Sometimes, you know, heavy rains, you just cannot control. I think it's what happens when it floods and after. I would say, you know, my biggest disappointment is, you know, the conversations people like to have around this time when, you know, floods happen, because we want to attribute all of this to the people.
Right.
You know, that, you know, I mean, personally, I don't throw rubbish around. I try to keep my place clean the best I can. But you cannot attribute one factor to what is causing, you know, this. And for me, that's probably my biggest challenge in these conversations. And I've ignorantly said that before. I've been one of those people who several years ignorantly believe that, oh, you know what, you know, it's us, you know, the people. But we have fantastic laws that are just not being enforced. And we have, you know, people at the top who don't follow rules and make it impossible, you know, to follow. So, I mean, I would hate for this conversation to go on and then next year it will flood again. Because the problem, the solutions are many, and some will take several years, but we cannot start if all we are doing is constantly having the same conversation, like, you are the problem, you're okay. If the people are the problem, what is the solution to the people changing? If you really believe that it is us just throwing rubbish, what is your solution to stop people from throwing rubbish? Are you putting proper disposal, you know, cans around? Are you, you know, punishing people who throw on? What is the solution to that? It's as simple as that.
And it adds to the lots of questions many people are asking. What are the solutions? We are spending time with Lydia. We're about to get to know her better. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
I heard he sold his family land to buy this car. Oh yes, 30 acres of land.
Star 500 has an arrow for a 30 money. A your transaction now. Use the more, Casa more, no browse the more. What to be in your career? I didn't kunim. I want to go so real.
To talk me so about me increasing my business. No.
Oh yeah. Me the 81 and on 8 year. Tell them your tickets. I'm a winner, sir. Mamma, I am on the cocoa. City. Chame pay unku akokono me penny hips. Gary no kitchu.
We're cool big boy.
Am I? Abi to go.
1 week later.
Dial *500# now. Meet your weekly 80 money, calls, and data targets to win your share of the over 1 million Ghana cedis cash prizes up for grabs.
I tried to go no.
Welcome back, and yes, Lady Afosin is sitting right here, and she fired shots, but she basically just asked the same question we're all asking. Okay, so yeah, it's here. What are the solutions? And that's where we ended.
Yeah.
Lots of questions.
Yeah.
Did you always know that you wanted to be an actress? I heard somewhere that you wanted to be a lawyer, Yampa.
I think something they wanted me to be. They thought I would be a good lawyer. You know, in our society, when you speak well or you articulate yourself well, you have to go to law school. So I did apply to law school. I got a couple of scholarships. Not in Ghana, but you know, I just wanted to be here for some reason. Ghana has always been home to me, and there are days when I'm like, oh, should I have left? But I always wanted to be here doing exactly what I like. So I bought my own university form, in fact.
Nice.
my father didn't know. I just went to buy forms.
And so down the line,
yeah,
do you have any regrets on the path that you chose?
Absolutely none. None at all. I mean, of course, there are challenges and there are days when you feel, I mean, when I see some of my colleagues and friends in other countries who I started with, and you see them, you know, where their career is going, moments when you're like, oh, should I have, you know, traveled here or done this? But I have, you know, I enjoy that. I love what I do. So besides the challenges, it's just, it feels good to wake up every day knowing that you're doing what you love.
Right.
I can't imagine going through all of the frustrations we are going through in this country. And that's why people are sometimes, they are just angry. You go to some place, you are talking to someone, they are just pissed off because on top of everything, they have to be in a job they don't like. So I'm glad,
yeah. And so they stay there and they're always angry. Lydia, when I go on, you see social media pages, and I go through your comments and your fans especially, it looked like are you the bridge between the Ghana movie industry and the Nigerian movie industry?
Oh wow, that's a huge. I never thought of it. I feel like we have a lot of Ghanaians who are doing amazing in Nigeria. I think maybe why I'm probably seeing that way is because of the time I came into the industry. I happen to know, in Nigeria, call it old Nollywood, new Nollywood.
You see?
I know a lot of the old Nollywood actors, and I get on with the new Nollywood, you know, actors. Even in Ghana, I happen to come into I'm like in the middle, you know, having to come into the industry at a time where, you know, there was a transition to do a lot more Ghanaian movies. So I could, you know, I can relate to both. It's like social media. I know life before social media.
Right.
So I know how to navigate it, and compared to people who are just really born into social media. But I've never thought of myself as a bridge. Am I really that famous in Nigeria?
Maybe you should start asking your fans, because that's what we get off it.
Yeah.
And then at the time when you started featuring in Nigerian movies was when, unfortunately, the Ghanaian movie industry started to dip. Do you think you made the right choice aligning yourself with the Nigerians, and do you think that's the way to go?
I wouldn't say I align myself with Nigerians.
Right.
Actually, I attribute a lot of my success to Ghana. You know, thanks to Sparrow Productions, Reveal Films, and a lot of, you know, other production houses, they launched me. I would say that, you know, again, I came into the industry where Ghana was reinventing itself, and at that period, the kinds of movies we were making and the quality of movies attracted me to Nigerian producers who were also sort of on the same level.
Right.
So the kind of producers I work with in Nigeria, like from Kunle to Jade to, you know, really, really well-known producers, I just happen to have been blessed been at the right place at the right time. So I would not say I align myself. A lot of my success in Nigeria is because I am, listen, people don't even know this, that Nigerians will book me because when they maybe do a search and they're looking for a certain type of Ghanaian actor, maybe my talent and all of that, they zone into me, not because they're trying to take me to Nigeria to become successful. So that's why for years, even when I go to Nollywood, you know, whilst I love and I appreciate them, I insist that I'm a Ghanaian actress. When they put me in a Nigerian film, I insist that I have a Ghanaian name. So you hear the name Kukwa in a lot of films.
Yeah, Kukwa.
But a lot of it is because, you know, I'm successful here and Ghanaians supported and, you know, helped me. So it kind of propelled me, you know, to that. Yeah.
Right. So what's the way to go? If this was a webinar, what's the way to go? And you're speaking to young actresses and actors, what's the way to go now when it comes to being a successful actor?
You know, I would always say that stay true to your talent. It is so easy to get lost, and I have been there before, where you're chasing the fame. And whilst I have nothing wrong, nothing against fame, I mean, I've been doing this for nearly 18 years. You wake up one day, it's almost 18 years.
Full adult.
I know, right? But I'm here because I focus on my art and my talent. All the other stuffs were fun and nice, but ultimately, I remember having this conversation many years ago with someone. It was in an interview, and they said, "Where's the Ghana film industry going?" And it was at a time where I was not really being booked at all. And I said, there will come a time where it's not just going to be about who's popular or who's beautiful. It's about talent. And so maybe at that point there'll be room for people like us, because at that time, dear Charlie, it was really about, you know, who knows who looks like this, and that's what the audience wanted then. So really, I tell all young actors especially, focus on your art, you know, read, research. If you are talented, it might seem, and treat acting like any other career, because if you're starting off as a lawyer, you don't just become partner. You know, you start from somewhere and you build your career, and then someday you become name partner. But people treat, you know, show business like immediately you get in. I told you this one day I used to host a show on GTV, and nobody even remembers that. So I've been through it.
So she's back home, guys. She's back home. She's
Yeah.
back home. Right. And how do you deal with the fame, social media, and maintaining your personality as Lydia Forson?
You're asking me some good questions. So
we got you.
I think just remembering who I am at all times. There's Lydia Forson, you know, the person, the human being. There's Lydia, the actress, and there's what everybody else knows. I make sure not to lose Lydia, the person. And so I have a fantastic group of friends, family around me who, you know, keep me very, very grounded. So even when I do my things and all, at the end of the day, I always say it's like coming back home and taking off my clothes and, you know, lying in bed. That is the real me. So I try to remember that. I try to control the fame. I don't let it control me. So I want to be able to I go to Makola, you know, and it was a choice I made. I remember very early on in the career when I was, you know, very popular. I was like, hey, I can't go to Makola if I have to wear shades. And I'm like, why am I stressing myself? You have the power to dictate, you know, what you do with the fame. If you allow it, it will control you and it will change you. And now you feel like you have to live for people and not necessarily yourself.
Nice. And how do you ward off negativity when it comes to social media? Because, like it or not, social media is a playground for the creative person, and people are mad mean there and bullying, and you're top when it comes to being on social media. Yes. And so, tell us how you deal with the negativity in growing your brand.
I mean, I've had my days, you know, but as I, you know, go on, my friends play a huge role, my family. I know when to log off. I really know when to log off. I know when to respond. A lot of times I tell people when I respond to banter, I'm actually not angry. It's funny to me. When I know that this thing has kind of hit me, you just have to know when to control yourself and, you know, log off. So there are days when, you know, there are trending stuff, and I realize that if I explain and it's something you learn over the years, like if there's a controversial, you know, something that's happening, you sit back and you ask yourself, even if I explain myself, how are people going to take this?
Right.
So you have to trust the people that actually follow you, are invested in you and like you. They always know what you're trying to say. So I just know when to leave.
When to leave. Right. I was invited to a Twitter space where creative persons, superstars like yourself from here, Nigeria, well across the African continent, they were on a space,
Yes,
and most of the celebs and people, all they kept talking about was the state of the mental health and how people take it for granted. For a person who is in the limelight and a woman at that, being thrown with all sorts of things, tell us how you maintain that equilibrium and keep a solid head on, and tell us about that space and mental health.
About mental health, and I talk very freely about it. It was one of these subjects where when you talk about it's kind of shrouded in darkness, but I'm very open about it. I mean, I make sure that I have either a good therapist or a counselor, or I have a good support system, because no matter how strong you are, every once in a while you break down. Every time you cry, you're a human being.
Definitely.
And social media has brought us close, but it's also brought a lot of negativity closer. So I really protect my mental space, and that's why I say one of the things I do is log off. I also appreciate what it can do to you, mentally. So some of the conversations I used to engage in before, I don't, as much. I don't mind tweeting, but then there are days when I'm like, I really don't want to go back and forth with people, because I recognize what that can do to my. Unfortunately, when it comes to the fan base, people still don't understand, mental, health and what it can.
Issues,
and there's an assumption that just because you put yourself in a limelight, you should be able to take anything that's thrown at you, which is unfair. You can be a celebrity, but it doesn't take you, it doesn't mean you don't have feelings. You do have feelings. So even I am also more conscious of, how I even interact with people. There are times when people will tweet at you, and really, whilst they are bullying you, when you look through, you realize that this person is going through something. And they just want to project that, on you.
Yeah.
So I try to sometimes be, fair. It's something that I'm, learning. But yeah, mental health is extremely important, and you have to read on it and know how to protect your space, not just for celebrities, for everybody else.
Right. Before we talk about the latest movie in town, which is Boga, by the way, when your flyer was out yesterday, everybody said, the guys, especially in my DMs, Lydia with the heart emojis, Lydia. Look, you're bombshell, you're beautiful, you're intelligent. They must come at you.
She's buttering me up.
I know, because I'm about to
drop to hit me or something. I can't smell it, but keep it coming.
Okay, so yeah, when it comes to, the part that makes everybody swoon, should the guys send in the application? Should they keep it at bay? What's happening there? What's happening there? And one guy said I should ask Lydia what her spec is.
What my spec is? I don't know. I think I just like, I like kind men. I like people who are respectful and who respect, the things I believe in. I'm passionate about a lot of things, and you don't have to understand it, but you have to, respect it. That's really all I require from a partner. Kindness, respect. I think once I respect you, it transcends everything else. Yeah.
So that's it. Headed from Lydia herself. Now let's talk about Boga. That's the latest movie we are going to see you in.
Yes.
So yeah, when we hear Boga, we all know it's a beauty abruchi.
Yes.
See, what's Boga about?
Boga is just a fantastic film, which comes at the right time. It's been 10 years in the making, from script development to pre-production.
10?
Yes, we filmed this in 2018, actually. 2018, yeah. And it explores the story of a young man who lived in, Agbogloshi and goes to Germany to seek, greener pastures.
Guess what? I'm going to give you a minute to catch your breath, because we are going to hear from, we're going for a quick commercial break, guys. We'll be right back. I can't have my superstar choking. We'll be right back, guys.
for 2 years running. The Macdan Youth Connect Summit has brought together policy influencers to engage, design, and accelerate youth empowerment efforts at the national level while interfacing with youth from the various tertiary institutions across Ghana. The first and second editions, held at the University of Winnipeg and World Technical University campuses respectively, were enormously rewarding. Are you ready for the third edition of the Macdan Youth Connect Summit? Then come and connect with #1 business philanthropist in Ghana, Dr. Daniel Macaulay, at the UDS Multipurpose Auditorium in Tamale.
Welcome back. And so Boga was shot 10 years ago in 2018.
Not short, it was shot 2018, but the story started developing.
The story started developing 10 years ago. Guys, let's not waste time. We'll catch the trailer. It's coming up on your screens now. All right.
Kojo. Obia won a position. It's a year. Yeah, be fine. To MB and dreams. Said about bente.
Triacor.
What are you mama from work? I never been. I work from you. I never been.
Winkwan, Opinion. Winkwan.
Willst du wirklich alles machen?
Egal was du tust, tust für deine Familie.
Wo nimm ni enti awo boy? Pese me boam. Wrong. If you say ayo wasadie. Oga.
And so yeah, that was the trailer. Boga. It's premiering on June
24th.
24th. I can be 22nd.
24th Paucho.
I can be pass mama.
Me Paucho. 24th. Of course alive.
Okay. So what did you play and your input in the movie, the experience, and if there was something that you could change 2 years down the line, scenes be out would you have changed it?
I don't know if I would. You know, what I love about this movie is actually the first film that I've done that they've aged me. You know, the movie starts with me looking a certain way, and by the end of the movie, I think I'm in my 60s. But I really, really enjoyed filming this because I feel like I grew a lot as an actor through this film. We spoke Twi throughout the film. We shot in Agbubloshi.
Nice.
It was not easy at all. It really opened my eyes to a different part of Accra that, you know, a lot of us miss. But I love this story because it explores the life of a young gentleman, like I said, who, you know, travels. And it's really about, you know, trying to see greener pastures.
Yeah.
You know, the journey people go on to try and seek greener pastures. And is it green? You know, that's the question.
Yeah.
So it's such a layered film that you walk away and it doesn't tell you what you should or shouldn't do. It really just presents life as it is for you. And you realize that it boils down to your character, who you are, the decisions you make in life that will lead you up to where you're going. Yes, it's sometimes people travel outside the country to see greener pastures and maybe they'll be successful. But other times they might not because it boils down to who you are. So the question is it your environment? Is it your personality? There's so many layers to this film and that's why I love it.
And we are coming to the cinemas on June 24th.
7:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. Tickets are going for 50 cedis at the Silver Bear Cinema. JT will be there. Eugene Boating, who's Ghanaian and German, will also be there.
I mean, how, look, I have so many questions to ask you, Lydia, but we are like hard pressed for time. But Ajete Anan,
yes,
we love him.
We all
Somebody is sick, right? Wanted to come and see him.
Oh.
How was it like? How was it like with working with all these people? I know you've worked with Ajete so many times.
Ajete is just, I mean, what can I say? He's an amazing, amazing, amazing actor. I really do believe that he brings out the best in me when I'm working with him. And it was just a coincidence that yet again we play husband and wife.
Oh, most of the time.
Honestly, we auditioned separately.
Love you, Twinkle together.
Yeah,
loved you too.
We auditioned separately. We didn't even know that we had been cast the same time. So the people who think that, oh, you guys are playing again, no. It just happens that we get movies and we play alongside each other. But he is phenomenal and he's great in this film.
Ajete.
So you rather Ajete, see, I can see the way you're like, Ajete.
I'm doing it on behalf of Thelma.
You didn't say Lydia, you said Ajete.
It's true, Mom.
At least you're honest.
If you're sitting here, won't you wish Ajete was sitting? My falsa. Okay, so I do this all the time. If you were to play God, okay, in the industry that you are in, for one day today, if you were to play God and change something that would last forever, you know how now the word forever trends. So if you were to change something, play God, Lydia. The movie industry, play God, Lydia, play God. You have one chance only.
Create a huge film studio and fund that everybody can access whenever. Oh my gosh, this is on the spot.
But it was spot on. And so so this big studio where all creatives,
could go to film, like how they have Universal, and then funding where people can access, money to do these films. Whew. Man, was I good?
Yeah, you were.
Oh my God. I nearly thought of houses and cars.
No, don't do that. No, don't.
I said everybody gets a house, everybody gets a car.
I want the forest area. Can you give me that?
Oh, Tobasi.
Me forest side not crazy. Quite me forest, no forest in changing just the periphery. Lydia, have you had any regrets so far in your chosen career? Any regrets?
None at all. I mean, like I've said before, it's challenging, but I enjoy it. I don't necessarily sometimes like, people always find it hard to believe that I enjoy what I do. I don't always like the feeling that it comes with, because it's like, I enjoy putting my videos out there and doing all of that, but I also don't want people to come into, my life. So I try to keep a very, very, separate. I'm very private about my life. Yeah, right. But I enjoy it.
Okay. Has somebody ever been mean to you on set? So mean that you cried? Ever?
Yes. I've actually cried on a set before.
It wasn't acting like you cried. Not also.
Oh, not mean, but I mean, there was a film where, I mean, the tears you were seeing was real tears because I didn't shimmy. I was really hurt. But I've had different encounters. But I'm a professional. For me, I'm there to do my work, make my money, and go. And so you watch a film, I'll be fantastic with the person. After that, we don't have to be friends, because, I mean, it's like any other workplace environment. So, yeah, I've had quite, some interesting moments on a set.
You have a lot of fans, and people are asking for you to come again. You will come again.
I would love to. Oh, definitely. GTV is where, a lot of it began. So I will definitely come back.
Some of you might not know is that she's also an entrepreneur. Kind of say, why is your hair looking, why she's always rocking natural hair?
Yeah, Kinky Matters, it's a company I run with my mother, and I'm very passionate about not just natural hair, natural ingredients, sourcing Ghanaian ingredients for hair and skincare. There's so much in this country that we can take advantage of. So definitely check out Kinky Matters. It's online everywhere you go.
Everywhere you go, Kinky Matters is online, and Lydia Forson is online, and she has been our guest on the breakfast table, and she shared her story with us. Thank you for sharing your story.
You'll be there, right? Boga, remember 24th. If I don't see you there, I won't come back.
Okay.
If you don't come, I won't come back.
That's a deal breaker.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you, guys. And so, we spend with Lydia Forson. Boga is on June 24. It shows 2 times, 7:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. at the Silver Bed Cinemas. Tickets are going for
50 Ghana cedis.
Cool, 50 Ghana cedis, guys. And so June 24, all traffic to the Silver Bed to see Lydia and Ajete Forson and other Eugene as well in Boga. And catch a repeat of the show again on GTV at 11 p.m. And if you go online, look for the hashtag GTV Breakfast, go on GBC online and you can catch a repeat of the show again. Thank you for staying with us. We'll see you. Have a great day, guys. Remember to be safe. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Bye.
Can't touch this. Can't touch this.